All right, I have some stories for you. We're going to start with an unfortunate one. Kelly Clarkson's ex-husband, Brandon Blackstock, passed away at the age of 48.
Whoa.
So I was watching the story, and they had a tumultuous split.
Yeah,
and
real bad.
They were being okay for the kids. And she's been on a string of apparently bad emotional episodes. She's just getting her ass kicked.
Yeah, so a representative for the family confirmed that Blackstock, who was also Clarkson's former talent manager, battled cancer for more than 3 years. A representative said he passed away peacefully and was surrounded by family. His death comes as Kelly had postponed the rest of her Las Vegas residency suddenly on Wednesday night, citing Blackstock's illness and a need to be present for their 2 children, River Rose and Remington. Kelly and Brandon, married in 2013, split in 2020. Blackstock not only managed Kelly, but also Blake Shelton and others. He was also a TV producer. His father, Narvel, was previously married to Reba McEntire, and their son, Shelby, is Brandon's half-brother.
It's pretty wild.
Besides his father, brother, and kids, Blackstock leaves behind son Seth and daughter Savannah from a previous marriage, his grandson Lake, his mom Elisa, and siblings Shauna and Chastity. No word from Kelly Clarkson.
And what's the status of her afternoon talk show? That was up in the air for a while. There were rumors she was going to join the 44th daily installment of the Today Show, or whatever, how many levels deep they go on that. But haven't heard anything since that.
Yeah, don't know. Livia Jade Giannulli, who is Lori Laughlin's daughter, and Jacob Elordi, from Euphoria, have reportedly broken up after an on-again, off-again relationship that began in 2021, sources told People. Despite previous rumors, sources confirmed that they were getting serious by mid-2023 after reconciling from a 2022 split. At this time, reps for Olivia and Jacob have not responded to requests for comment on the matter. That said, Giannulli recently shared excitement about a formative time in Paris, and Elordi was spotted reunited with ex-Kia Gerber and at Cara Delevingne's star-studded birthday party earlier this week.
I got a little bit of a hint as to what happened, Preston. They were co-authoring a book on quantum physics, and they were disagreeing on one of the main principles.
I gotcha. Probably a string theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotcha. Brooke Hogan is offering to pay for an autopsy for her dad, Hulk.
Can't you just go to, Things Remembered?
No, she doesn't want anything from there. So she said there's still speculation and uncertainty about his death.
She's really sticking to this.
On her Instagram story, she said she would personally cover any cost. She said, if that's what it takes to get it done, adding my dad's dignity and legacy deserves it. I don't know where his dignity is in question
from an autopsy
as far as his death goes. So unless she thinks something nefarious happened, I don't know.
Not that I think you have this information at the ready, but what does your average autopsy cost?
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
This comes after Hulk's wife, Sky, said the family hasn't cremated him yet, as they want all medical questions answered first. Meanwhile, Clearwater police said that there are no signs of foul play or anything suspicious. He reportedly died of a heart attack last month. Nick just pulled up the information, and private autopsies generally range from $2,000 to $5,000. So
that's not bad.
Not outrageous.
We have to deal with this in our family right now. And my cousin passed away under mysterious circumstances earlier this month or last month, and we don't know what happened. And my aunt had to wrestle with whether or not to pay for an autopsy, and also the moral struggle.
Right.
Do I really want to know?
Right.
And is it worth going through all of that to figure out, at the end of the day?
Yes. Yeah.
Anne's gone no matter what, right? So, does it matter?
Some people also have an issue with the fact that they're essentially cutting it up like a side of beef.
Yeah.
And that can bother
That's a big
some
point.
people.
Yeah, you're defiling the body by that. It's I get it.
It doesn't. From a personal point, I guess they're gone already. It really wouldn't bother me too much if you can get to the bottom of something, if it's that important to you.
I think
but it's something that people really wrestle with.
When you start having fights with the body parts, I think that's when it becomes something.
Yeah, you take an arm and start hitting someone. I'm not hitting you. I'm not hitting you.
Stop hitting yourself.
Stop hitting yourself.
I'm kicking you in the ass.
All right, moving on. Jennifer Lopez was refused entry to a Chanel store in Istanbul earlier this week after security failed to recognize her. The singer attempted to enter a Chanel store before a guard told her, "We're full." Unfazed, J-Lo said, okay, no problem, before she walked into a different store. Not long after, someone at Chanel realized who they just turned away and invited her into the store, but she declined as she was too busy dropping thousands in a 3-hour spree in stores that were decidedly not Chanel.
That's to say, you've had that happen where you're barred entrance.
Right out of Pretty Woman, man.
Hermes or something, and then they come running. Oh, Preston, we didn't realize it was you.
Yeah, it happens.
Big mistake.
Big, huge.
Huge. I'm sorry. I'm currently eating at the Shake Shack.
Christy Brinkley has a novel idea on how to address the ever-increasing divorce rate, though it took her 4 on her own to come up with the solution.
4?
She suggested lease-like terms on marriages.
4?
She said you could get married, we'll see if we want to renew it in 5 years.
Isn't that called dating?
Every 5 years. No, you get married, though.
Yeah.
And she goes, every 5 years, you do, you want to, you go, do you want to renew? That way, if you're getting bored or whatever, you can get out of it without all the lawyers and all that stuff.
I see. So there's
Interesting idea.
It operates at that level with all the legal entanglements.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea.
Anybody else watch the Billy Joel documentary?
No, I got to see that.
First episode.
It's a lot with her and their daughter, and they go into detail about when they start breaking up, and then the dissolution of the marriage, and it still hurts Christy. You can tell.
Nobody has told me yet. You got to see this. You know what I mean?
I think you do.
Okay.
There's an MMR nod in there, which is really cool.
Yeah.
He talks about Captain Jack. I love and it really made me reappreciate how incredible Billy Joel is, and just sort of his evolution as an artist over the years, his struggle with alcohol, all of it. I thought it was really well done.
Good. All right, I got to see that. Actor Jamie King is being sued over an alleged $100,000 debt to her ex-former divorce lawyer. According to reports, high-profile law firm Wasser, Cooperman, and Mandels, where celebrity lawyer Laura Wasser is a partner, said King owes him over $98,000 in unpaid fees plus $2,000 in interest. The fees spring from King and ex-husband Kyle Newman's divorce, which required the actress to pay the law firm fees her ex racked up. She was supposed to pay the firm within 30 days, so the firm is now taking further steps to get their money. King's reps insist in a statement this is the first time Jamie or her current legal team have been made aware of this particular
That law firm
filing.
has hired Peabody Singer to handle them and their lawsuit against Jamie King.
Need to do it. The announcement that Late Show with Stephen Colbert was ending was met with cheers and howls depending on which side of the political aisle a person was on, while speculation ran rampant as to the reason for the cancellation. It's taken until now to get an official explanation. George Cheeks, chair of TV media for CBS, is giving the network's reasoning, saying the challenge in late night is that the advertising marketplace is in significant secular decline. He said this at a press conference. He said, we are huge fans of Colbert. We love the show. Unfortunately, the economics made it a challenge for us to keep going. As far as hard numbers, Cheeks remained silent. He didn't say anything, though he did
That's
admit
Cheeks for you.
He did admit the losses for the show were significant and in the tens of millions of dollars.
So, Nick, you and we have obviously a friend on the show who comes on this show, Paul Mercurio. And you have another friend, I believe, who is in that world. And I remember a couple of years ago, we've had conversations along the line where you've been saying the days of late night shows like this were numbered then.
Yeah, I had a friend who was writing for The Tonight Show with Fallon, and he ended up leaving that because he sort of saw the writing on the wall. Now he's an independent writer out in Los Angeles. I'm wearing my Colbert shirt today. I still want to go see him before it's over. Paul Mercurio is such a great guy. I really like him, and he does the warm up for the Colbert show. So I want to see it before it's done.
It's oddly enough though, and obviously there's still a run on Colbert, but when Colbert leaves, they just they just extended Fallon's contract. So he by default could be the one and only. If Kimmel goes away as well.
Yeah, we'll see. A first look video is out for Wicked for Good. Cynthia Erivo hypes up the sequel as wild and really, really epic, she said in the video. Also features Ariana Grande and director John M. Chu. Erivo and Grande, who play Elphaba and Glinda, also break down how their characters' friendship changes, with Erivo noting that while it's unbreakable, it will be deeply challenged.
This is so cool because they join forces with Frankenstein, the Wolfman, and the Mummy.
What?
And it's just an incredible story I did not see coming.
Chu describes the sequel as a more mature, emotional journey about the consequence consequences of difficult choices. And we'll also explore connections between the Wicked universe and the Wizard of Oz, with characters like the Tin Man making an appearance in the sequel as well.
Again, I say I was surprised at how much I enjoyed the movie. I watched it twice.
Was the Tin Man in the stage show, Casey? Do you know?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so they'll be doing a nod to that.
It was Vin Diesel.
Grande and Arriva will be hosting a Wicked special on NBC on November 6th to get fans excited, and it hits theaters on November 21st, by the way. Final season of Stranger Things is fast approaching, but that doesn't mean that you're going to be saying goodbye to the Upside Down altogether. Speaking with Variety, series creator Ross Duffer confirmed that there will be a spin-off, but didn't say what it actually is. He said nobody, not Netflix, not any of the producers, not any of the directors, and not any of the actors, nobody else has figured out what the spinoff is. But he said Finn Wolfhard figured out, which is pretty remarkable. He said, we've mind melded with this kid a bit. Finn gave a hint, at least when speaking with Variety, as well as sharing that the spinoff is, he said, like David Lynch's Twin Peaks, sort of an anthology and different tones, but similar universe or same universe. He said, I think set in different places and all tied together through this mythology of the Upside Down. He adds that the coolest way to him would be to see that there are secret labs everywhere. This is just his guess. He said if there was one in Hawkins, there's one in Russia. Where else could they be? No official announcement about a spinoff has been shared at this time. The final season of Stranger Things kicks off Netflix on November 26th.
As long as they oversee that world, I'm all on board. Because if you stop and think about it, though Stranger Things isn't technically an anthology, each season has a theme or an homage that they're paying, and I love that.
Yeah, we're watching season 4 right now.
Jesus.
I'm loving it. Loving it. Daniel Kaluuya is developing a spinoff of the Spider-Verse movies, which would focus on his popular Spider-Punk character. The version of Spider-Man is a punk rock musician who fights against bad guys in his homeworld of Earth-138. Kaluuya is said to be developing and co-writing the animated movie. Meanwhile, the third and final part of the Spider-Verse trilogy is set to come out in 2027 after it was delayed multiple times. That movie was first set to come out in March 2024, then June 2027. Now it's supposed to be in theaters June or later in June in 2027.
So I'm excited because this new one has a Spider-Verse in which one of the Spider-Men is nothing but a pitch man for Flex Seal.
Oh, what?
Yeah. Wow. Woo doggy.
Cool. Yeah, man.
Isn't that great?
All right, we'll do one more quick story. Disney has announced that Goosebumps won't be returning for a third season. According to an insider, the series producer, Sony Pictures Television, plans to shop the show to other outlets.
Oh, my God.
And explore different creative directions in hopes of keeping the teen horror series alive.
So I was watching, I guess, what was the kind of more mature?
The David Schwimmer one? The recent one?
Right.
Yeah.
Did you watch it?
It looks dark, though.
It's good. And then people are dying.
Is this the one that I'm talking about, maybe?
The Schwimmer one came out, I think, on Disney Plus earlier this year.
Yeah, so this is they've had 2 seasons into this one.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was a show. I thought it was a movie.
Yeah, so the horror anthology is based on the R.L. Stein novels. One of the most popular book series of all time, of course. So, that's it, right?
Yeah, so, and then you're talking about season 2, I guess, Preston?
They're not returning for a third season.
Gotcha.
So that's what. So no more Gersperms. Ermagerd. All right, we can now tell you about movies that are opening for the weekend, friend. So we got Freakier Friday opening. It's comedy fantasy. Stars Jamie Lee Curtis, Lindsay Lohan, and Mark Harmon. Tess and Anna discover that lightning may indeed strike twice as they navigate the myriad challenges that come when 2 families merge. It's an hour and 51 minutes long. It's rated PG. It's a wide theater release. And Rotten Tomatoes score gives it a 76%, so that's respectable. Then you have the movie Weapons opening. It is a horror mystery. Stars Julia Garner, Josh Brolin, and Austin Abrams. When all but one child from the same class mysteriously vanish on the same night at the exact same time, A community is left questioning who or what is behind their disappearance. 2 hours and 8 minutes long. Rated R. Wide theater release, and it gets a nice high 96% score.
Yeah,
Damn,
I'm
bro.
so psyched for this movie.
At Rotten Tomatoes. All right, we're ready to play some clips now. Here we go. It's Never Over. Jeff Buckley highlights the music. It's never over, I think, then supposed to be maybe colon. Jeff Buckley.
It's never Colin.
Highlights the musician's career as audiences gain exclusive access to never-before-seen footage from his unforgettable performances. In this clip, director Amy Berg talks about diving into Jeff's archives. Here we go.
The voice messages were what really spoke to me, but he documented himself. He always carried a journal around. He had a DAT player that he would record conversations and, songs and demos on. It was very 90s. I just kind of embraced all of that. It was really cool.
I don't think I want to see it.
Now that I've been going through a phase lately where I've been listening to music that I never really spent a lot of time with.
Right.
And so I think it was earlier this year, I listened to Jeff Buckley.
Okay.
I grabbed a couple records
What'd
and
you
I
think?
listened to them. And I was like, because I know he was revered. He had
Yes.
a lot of people loved him.
Yeah.
It didn't
Didn't speak to
it
you.
did not move the needle at all for me. And I was hoping that I'd really like it, but I can't. Yeah, it's just not for
Listen,
me.
on to
But
the
some
next
people
thing,
love
man.
him. But
Yeah.
and it's cool. I mean, he had a couple of cool songs, but I was hoping I would find more there. But some people love him.
You essentially see it as a life wasted.
No,
Yeah.
I would not go that far.
I misunderstood what you were
No,
saying.
My friend Randy loved the guy,
Yeah.
and when he passed away, he was devastated by it. And I was like, I'm kind of in the same boat as you, Preston. Like Hallelujah, his cover of Hallelujah is beautiful
Yeah.
and really well done, and I love the guitar on it. But I've never done a deep dive on Jeff Buckley, and I don't know if I ever will.
Okay, let me ask you this: Jeff Buckley or Betty Buckley?
Who's Betty Buckley?
She plays the mother on Eight Is Enough, and she was in the couple of Shyamalan films. The actress.
I'd probably go with Betty Buckley.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just the name sounds more fun to say. Betty Buckley.
I think so.
You know.
Just on that alone,
yeah.
you can win on that in life.
Yeah. No, it's pretty cute.
Betty Buckley. Buckley. Sometimes it's hard to say.
Betty Buckley.
Betty Buckley. Betty
Baby,
Buckley.
Betty,
Try to
Betty.
say it twice.
Betty Buckley, Betty Buckley. Oh, I
See, it's
can't.
hard.
It's hard.
All right.
It's
So
hard.
anyhow,
It's like Toyota.
It's Never Over. Betty Buckley hits theaters this weekend. No,
This is
it's
Betty
Jeff-
Buckley's
it's
Toyota.
Jeff Buckley. Next clip. Here we go. In Resident Alien, an extraterrestrial has one last chance to prove his worth. And here, Alan Tudyk describes being a jack of all trades in this season.
Getting to do a couple of characters is fantastic. It was a lot of fun to have two different people to play around with. There was a lot to do, and then I directed the first two episodes, so there were some days where I was two characters plus the director. It was fun. It was extreme, but it was fun.
Series finale of Resident Alien premieres tonight on USA Network. Yeah, that's it for the series. They're not renewing
He's
it.
great.
He is great.
In the
I
Star
love him.
Wars universe, and of course, he was Steve the Pirate.
And in
from Dodgeball.
in Frozen, he was the Duke of Weaseltown.
Wesselton.
Wesselton. All right, and there you go. That's what we have in Entertainment Report for you this morning. Hey, I want to reiterate something, an announcement we made yesterday. Just to remind you that this is going on. Our friends from J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling came by because we're cleaning out some areas of the building, and they literally helped us get rid of a lot of junk. And we want you to send us a picture of your junk. Yes, we want your junk pics.
Yes.
And you could win a $500 junk removal prize from J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. So it's very simple. You go to the contest page, WMMR.com. Take a picture of your garage, your basement, whatever is cluttered, busting at the seams, stuff you need to get rid of. Send it to us, and we're going to draw a winner from that, and you may win a $500 junk removal from J-Dog. They're great. They're veteran-owned and operated. In fact, you can call them if you've got your own job. I've used them several times, and they'll give you a free estimate. So you can go to you can call 844-GET-JDOG, and they will set you up with a free estimate. But you can also enter to win that prize, so make sure you're aware of that. We have another announcement coming up, which we're going to get to in the next segment. We're going to get to the Connoisseur here early because the rest of the morning is filled up with some fantastic guests. In the 8 o'clock hour, Kevin Smith is joining us. There's a screening of Dogma tomorrow at the Oaks Center Cinema and a Q&A with Kevin. So he's going to be in town. So he's checking in. Then at the 9 o'clock hour, Bill Bellamy, who's going to be at City Winery on Saturday. Love him. He's great. And we're going to follow that up with the amazing the incredible, the one and only Michael McDonald on the show.
Really excited. I mean, we've always wanted to talk to Michael McDonald.
He's going to be in town with the Doobie Brothers next Wednesday, and he's just phenomenal. So we got a lot to get to today, so we'll take a break, come back in a second. Connoisseur with a special announcement when we return. Stay with us. You make a statement like that, and you realize you're wrong, and it's like, oh, no.
And why did I say that out loud?
There was, Steve, I think it was Wink Martindale. Talking about getting a word wrong, and he was on, I think it was Tic Tac Toe. He was the host of that show.
Right.
And one of the clues, the answer was orangutan.
Yes.
But he had never seen the word written down before. And the person answered orangutan, and he goes, no, it's orangutan.
No kidding.
Or something like that. And he said, I felt like the biggest moron in the world, but he had never seen the word orangutan.
It's because I still will say by default orangutan.
Yeah, with
even
the
though
G
it's
on the end, me
orangutan.
too.
Yeah, and it's not. It's orangutan.
Yep.
And then you got to like pretend like you were just joking.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Kathy, that's not as you're in company. You have people along with you.
There's a few out there.
Yeah. There's apparently an entire class of Temple that believes it as well.
5 points Delco.
Let me go to.
There was
hang
that
on.
other story, Casey. Watch yourself.
I'll go to Sam. Hi, Sam. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Sam?
So I have two things. First thing is I just found out recently, by the way, I'm 24 years old. I just found out recently that there's a Virginia and a West Virginia.
Understandable, though. You think they'd just be referring that they were actually separate, but
that you're in Western Virginia right now. And
right.
Yeah, is that what you thought? It was one state, but there was a western part of it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No.
So, and I mean, I think it's understandable.
Absolutely. I'm going to give you that one, Sam.
It's understandable.
The other thing is that my friend thought that, she's also 24, she thought that buffalo chicken, like, buffalo chicken dip, stuff like that it came from a spicy chicken.
Rather than, because the old one is that it came from a buffalo.
Right,
we learned that from
no.
Jessica Simpson, but they actually raise spicy chickens.
Yep, that this was somehow.
They feed them jalapenos, habaneros,
all that
stuff like that.
And then when they die, they're just the tastiest, spiciest.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Though, what's
great.
worse, that the people that was in Jessica Simpson thought it was a buffalo, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, no, it was chicken of the sea.
Well, both of them.
Yeah,
both of those
shit,
things.
both
Yeah,
of
yeah.
those?
So, or I think so.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the chicken of the sea, she didn't know it was tuna.
Sea chicken. Yeah.
So yeah. Oh my God. These little brain fart moments, man.
But remember when
They're the
you
best.
jump on someone, remember that there's just something waiting in your mind that may not have been exposed yet.
You just wish that you have these revelations while you're by yourself.
Right. Oh my God, yes.
Yes.
And then who do you admit that to if you do?
Then you
know?
can sort of, oh my God, do you know that I used to think that?
Well, have you ever had? I've had it where you'll be reading and you dodge a bullet because you're reading something. You go, oh my God,
Right?
I've been way off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, most definitely. Wow. All right. Well, wallow in that for a little while this morning. And thank you.
Marissa posted a poll, and she put it as an anonymous poll. Did you know you could drive from Philadelphia to Alaska?
So far, 83% knew yes, you could.
They sure did. Come on, people. If you didn't know, just let me see.
Fess up.
Help me out.
Help a gal out.
16.9% didn't and know now.
I'm not alone.
All right. Well, listen, let's take a break and come back in a second and dive into some bizarre file stories will make you feel better. Definitely. We'll do that in a bit. Don't forget, Coolest Teacher. We started that today. Burlington County Institute of Technology. You guys are the first ones up. First time that name has ever been called, by the way, I've been told. So text the word teacher to 39333. We'll send you the voting link. You let us know who deserves the honor. We'll be back in a little bit. I wanted to go back to the story that Kathy had in the news, and it was a woman, a local gal who has gone viral because her grandmother?
Yep. So her grandmother was from Conshohocken, and her grandfather was from Ambler. They met and they got married. I forget what year they were married. 1952 they were married. And they went from Philadelphia to New York City for their honeymoon. And the grandmother took all of the outfits. 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. Steve, you want to share some info?
Yes, they do. After a couple years, the Mutiny on the Mashalou is back. It's my wife's signature charity event for Max Fund, which benefits TNR programs and helps get homeless cats and medical treatment, provides a centralized fund that pet charities can call from. Anyway, it's been a couple years, so it's back on the Mashalou. It's sponsored by Rafferty Subaru. Parking will be free. They're giving a special dispensation that evening. The wonderful people down there are taking care of the parking. So let me tell you what you get for your ticket price of $40. It's pretty amazing. You get great food tastings from Algorithm Restaurant, Za's Ice Cream, Tuck-Ins, Nothing Bun Cakes, Rosie's Kettle Corn, Insomnia Cookies, Finger Food for the Mashalou, and more. Drink tastings from Yard's Brewery, Chadsford Winery, Clear Rum, Stateside Vodka, and more. And the cool part is, I don't know if you know, if you haven't been to one before, there are wandering entertainers while all this is going on. And that DJ Perry's providing the music. Bad Entertainment will provide jugglers, giant bubble blowing guys. Mike Palladino is a magician. Strongman Todd Jones, tarot card readers, Reagan Tilton and Jacqueline, let me get her name correct here, Baker. Bryn the Contortionist is going to be the Pirateers, Kittens to Pet. It's a big thing. That $40 is going to go to the charity. Everyone is donating their wonderful services and food gratis. So it's a win-win for all the animals in the tri-state area.
It's only $40.
That's pretty damn good.
Hell yeah.
And everyone's very generous about it. You can go to maxfund.com to order your tickets. It's June 8th. Thursday, it's from 6 to 9, so it's before your weekend plans. I'm going to be there, and there's going to be a lot of people hanging out there. We'd love to see you. Have a good time.
I'll be there.
Oh, awesome. And so I'll be hitting it. It's just great to be up on the deck of the Mashalou. Love that place. And again, the fact that you do not have to pay for the parking in that lot right there makes it super convenient. So we'd love to see you out at the event. And
I have to believe this is all at PrestonandSteve.com.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay.
And we're adding stuff. So it's actually, as people find out about it, very generous food providers and other people and entertainers are approaching me and like, yeah, let's make the party even bigger. So,
awesome.
And my wife Claire is doing a great job putting everything together. So it's awesome. But thank you, Preston. I just wanted to get it out.
No, please.
We're excited about it.
PrestonandSteve.com to get the info. Another thing I want to mention, just a reminder, this weekend, the movie The Machine opens up.
Yes.
And we want you, if you love Bert Kreischer and love our relationship with Bert, go see the movie.
Yeah, go see it.
Support it, and it looks hilarious.
Yeah.
It looks fantastic.
If it gets a good, strong first week, that's all you need. That weekend, Memorial Day weekend, it'll be fantastic.
I'm going to hit that a few times this week just to remind people. There's a great picture of him and Kevin Smith together. Did he come by for an interview with a podcast or something?
He was on Kevin's podcast. Yeah, I watched some of it yesterday. I think they ended up talking, this might surprise you, for 2.5 hours.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, because both of those guys are talkers and have a million stories to tell. But yeah, I watched a few of the clips yesterday, and it's cool to the guys that we love the best. And to see them in the same room at the same time is pretty nice.
Opens on Friday. Go see The Machine. All right, in a little while, we're going to have a young woman by the name of Maggie Drozdowski on the program. You probably saw the story. If not, she was bit by a shark. In Stone Harbor, surfing. Stitches, nothing really bad. I mean, there haven't been any shark bites in a while down that way, and her foot looks pretty gnarly. We're going to talk to her in a little while about that. And while the subject is up, I didn't think we'd have too many people that would have stories of being bitten by sharks.
Yeah, I was bitten half, but I'm doing fine.
But man, there are people, if you've been bitten by an animal, it's pretty freaky. And if you think about it, and I'm not talking about dogs and cats.
Yeah,
and obviously
Scruffy on the couch.
Those can be pretty bad too. But there are plenty of other animals that can bite you. And even though you, as a human being, are going to win in that competition, the other one's going to die if you want it to. It's still pretty freaky. Terrifying.
There was a story recently about a woman, a dairy farm, was bitten by a cow.
Oh, yeah.
Bitten by a cow.
Sure, man.
And like a lot of damage, broke her arm.
Yeah, 215-263-WMMR. If you were bitten by an animal, not just, your pet or a dog or a cat, something a little bit different than that. We'd like to hear about that.
My friend lives on a farm, and the neighboring farm has cows, and there were babies there. And so we were there once, and we went to go look at the calf. And my friend stepped into where it was, and she was like, "You guys stay there," because she said if the mom gets like pissed, you don't want to be in here for that.
Sure. So you just don't think a cow's that way.
Yeah, just thought like a cow. Like, well, we can get out in enough time. Like they're slow. They're big.
You're only seconds away from an utter catastrophe.
Come on.
Seriously.
Come on.
You know what freaks me out though? Like the little reptiles that like can like latch on. You know, like a kid, like a little boy's playing with one, and it just latches onto their finger.
So Trish here from our sales department, she and her husband have bearded dragons. And I was at their house one night, and she was showing them to us, and I stepped away for a little bit, and she's like, "Oh, I got bit." And I turn around, and she's got blood pouring out of her hand, and she thought it was funny.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, you just got bit by a freaking
dragon, a dinosaur.
Yeah. I remember my fraternity brother got bitten by his python. He was going in there. He had the mouse in his hand, and the python was like, "No, I'm going to go for your arm."
Dude, my friend growing up had a snake. That snake ate him more than the mice and crap he'd put in the tank. He was constantly getting bitten by that friggin' snake.
Dude, the scene in Road Trip where Tom which just totally wraps its mouth around his hand. Oh my God!
I don't get owning snakes and stuff like that. But I did see, Steve, a picture of a snake. This guy dressed up as an Uber driver. He goes, "Oh my, like little Billy got his first job. He had a helmet on this thing and a little backpack that said Uber Eats on it.
On the snake?
On the snake. It was hilarious. I'm like, okay, first cute snake I've ever seen in my entire life.
I've never seen a helmet on a snake.
No, you have to see this. It's like an albino python.
I've seen a snake smoking before.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah. There's a really good picture of a snake.
I saw an adult man pleasure a camel.
You did? Tijuana.
Let me go to, I have Luke. Search snake smoking if you want.
Yeah, and the helmet thing.
Nick needs to see that. And the helmet thing, too. Hi, Luke. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I just want to tell a story about how I used to be
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. I need Casey.
Where is he?
I do not know. I can't.
Is he making big parties?
You know what? It's Friday. He's probably been holding on to a lot this week, and maybe he had to slip out for that.
He said he had Mexican food yesterday.
Actually, you know what? No, I can do this. I have command of the music, so it's time for the Connoisseur, ladies and gentlemen.
It's time for the Connoisseur. We don't know where Casey is.
No, but within this Connoisseur segment this morning, we are going to have a special announcement, so we will get to that in just a moment. But the segment, by the way, brought to you by our friends at Acme, the official supermarket of the Preston and Steve Show. At some point, we'll pop some clips on, and we will see if you can identify those clips, and we'll give away some $50 Acme Markets gift cards. But before we make the announcement, I'll do one segment, just kind of ease us into the Connoisseur and a clip, and then maybe we'll get to the announcement.
A little Connoisseur lube?
Yeah, I think so. That sounds pretty good. So I'm going to start with this one. Disneyland's 2025 Halloween food guide has just been revealed by the California theme park. So this is just out in California where you'll get these specials, but they'll have some as well in the Orlando area.
Didn't you guys have what you classified as one of the best desserts you've ever had in your lives at was it Disney World?
I wouldn't put it that high, but it was really, really, really good.
Right.
And Casey, we were in Epcot, in the French portion of the park.
Yeah, it was Le Artisan Glacé.
Oh,
yeah.
That was the name of the restaurant?
That was the name of the restaurant, yeah. And then the thing that we had was it's called like a croque de glace. I don't even know. But anyway.
Shoot the glass?
Listen. It was delicious. It was the most delicious handheld dessert I've ever had in my life, right?
Okay.
But
That's the one caveat.
Not as good as I think maybe the dessert we had at Gibson's that one night.
That's the one I was thinking of.
All right.
So, Steve, it's the brioche ice cream sandwich.
Holy hell.
Yeah, look at this thing. So essentially, they take this brioche bun and they put ice cream in it. I don't know what else is in there too, but they kind of panini. They put it in like a panini press type of thing.
They dizzle it with.
They dizzle it,
which is not quite drizzle. They dizzle.
So it's warm, but you get the cold ice cream center, and the outside of that the ice cream is a little bit soft because it's been heated up, and it's damn tasty.
Daddy likey.
So here are a couple things they're going to have for Halloween inspired food. So these are August 22nd through October 31st. I'll just give you a couple of these items that are interesting. They have the Alien Pizza Planet. That's the restaurant.
Right.
The Haunted Heatwave Pizza is a new item that features spiced blush sauce with mozzarella and pepper jack cheese, Italian sausage, classic and crispy cupped pepperoni, smoked bratwurst, and sliced red frisson chilies, along with basil and hot honey drizzle.
God, I can't think of something more associated with Halloween than bratwurst.
It's the Haunted Heatwave Pizza. Cafe Daisy has a spicy Clarabelle Chipotle Pineapple Lemonade made with Minute Maid Zero Sugar Lemonade, Chipotle Pineapple Syrup, and Chili Lime Seasoning topped with pineapple. Also available is the Pumpkin Tiramisu Cold Brew. That sounds pretty
Do you know, when we were at Hershey and they had all these, they have these now extravagant menu items, and I asked, and I wonder if this is the case, could you send like an Uber Eats or, to
a theme park?
To a theme park to pick up food for you.
That's a good question. By the way, the edge on this, Steve, with Halloween is I think it's the spice that they're throwing.
I see. All right.
So spice and heat, and then the other side is pumpkin. All right. So Harbor Galley has, from their mobile ordering, the fresh baked pumpkin cookies. You can get those. Little Red Wagon, that restaurant has the chili cheese corn dog. It's a corn dog topped with spicy chili, jalapeno cilantro crema, cheddar cheese, and crispy onions, served with a choice of potato chips or Cuties mandarin oranges.
Lightly glazed with human skin.
This actually sounds pretty good.
I like Cuties.
Chili cheese corn dog.
You ever have the Cuties mandarin oranges?
Yeah, they're like the little
tiny guys.
Yeah, I like those.
Yeah,
Dig 'em.
The skin comes off very easy.
Yes.
That's what I like about it.
Well, that's the Halloween element then. A decomposing body.
And then the last thing I saw on this list is the Royal Street Veranda has roasted vegetable salad made with roasted Brussels sprouts, beets, butternut, squash, yams, toast, almonds, pepitas, and burrata cheese topped with herbed balsamic vinaigrette. When I've done Disney, I'll just say it. The food sucked when I was at Disney.
Yeah.
The couple times I went, it was standard fried stuff or burgers.
Listen,
so is this a reaction to that?
I don't know. I haven't been in a decade, so I don't know.
There are good places that you can eat. You just got to go. If you're just going to eat it at the stands, yes, you're going to get your corn dogs and your crappy food or whatever. But like, I had one of the best meals of my life at Epcot in Canada. I think it was called La Cellier. It was just this cellar restaurant, and it was just this Canadian steakhouse. It was delicious.
I don't know, the notion of wading into a huge meal while walking around an amusement park has no... I would tend to gravitate towards...
But Disney is not action rides. You know what I mean? I know what you're thinking. You know, at
Universal.
At Universal, if you're going to be hitting all those roller coasters or those things that toss you around,
I want to make sure I puke.
You don't want a big meal. At Disney, it's much tamer.
And Epcot is basically like, we're just going to walk around and grab some drinks and what I mean, and maybe go on the Soarin'
and whatnot
ride and we're going to rock and roll and whatnot. So Epcot is definitely not thrill ride area. It's more like
I've never been to Disney World. I've been to Disneyland a number of times.
We got to get you there.
Right now.
It is. While it's not as action packed as Universal, it's the magic of Disney.
Of course.
Yes. And I bought into it. The couple times we went, I'm like, this is. I'm pretty happy here. Yeah. So. It's worth it. It's worth checking out.
All right.
Yeah. All right. So we're ready to play our first food clip. Let's see if you know what movie this food or beverage clip is from. Here we go.
This is grain, which any fool can eat, but for which the Lord intended a more divine means of consumption. Let us give praise to our Maker and glory to his bounty by learning about beer.
All right, 610-660-9333 is the number. Let's see if you know what movie that is from. Order up. All right. I think this would be a good place to put our announcement now. Give me a drum roll, Case. The bird would actually work here, too. Because this is a particular collaboration that the Preston and Steve show is doing, and we are excited that it is with 2SP Brewing.
Yeah.
No. That's not the announcement.
I know.
All right, good. Because
That's a
It is with 2SP Brewing, and we are rolling out, ladies and gentlemen, the Preston and Steve Show beer, No Sad Brew.
Beer is good. Beer is good. It's the beer is good. Beer is good. Beer is good. Let's go drink some beer.
This is No Sad Brew, and we have the brand new can right here in front of us.
May I quote Darren McGavin from A Christmas Story?
You may.
It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
And we are welcoming from 2SP the events manager, Christina Petrilla.
Hey!
This morning. Hey, Christina.
Good morning.
Good morning to see you. So listen, we're very excited about this. And this has to do with the Camp Out for Hunger, by the way. We're going to learn a little bit more about the beer itself and what type it is and what kind of flavors these are. But let's talk about getting this and benefiting Camp Out for Hunger. What can you tell us about that?
Sure. So, first of all, we are so excited to partner with you guys. Everybody down at the brewery, everybody at all of our restaurants. We're huge fans of the show and MMR, so we're excited for that. So thank you for having us and working with us. So this beer will be available beginning Friday, August 22nd, which is the kickoff to our 10th anniversary weekend. So our brewery is celebrating our 10th anniversary. The big bash is on Saturday, but Friday we're doing sort of a flashback Friday thing where we're having some beers returned from our original draft list back in 2015 and doing the release of this beer. Which,
That's great. I wish I could. Wait, I will be there.
Steve's going to be there.
I didn't know if I was supposed to.
No, that's okay. Yeah.
So Friday, August 22nd. Now, you guys have multiple spots. Where's this going to be? Which
this will
location?
be at our brewery. So we do have a few restaurants, but the brewery itself, we just have one. It's right in Aston, right in the heart of Delco. It's on Concord Road, just right off 95, 15 minutes from downtown Media, 20 minutes from Wilmington. It's pretty centrally located.
Yeah, it sounds awesome. A, B, and this will be the first time people can consume No Sad Brew.
Correct.
Well,
correct.
That's great.
Maybe the second time.
Open it up, Nick. Crack that baby open
God.
right now and take a sip of that.
So
That's that's not the brew.
Well,
I was
through
gonna
the
say,
magic of radio, that's not the
boys,
beer.
that tastes like Preston and Steve.
It's the can more. Yeah.
But, so the beer is actively still brewing.
So you slapped some labels on some different beers.
Wait a second. This is whiteout.
That's how you know it'll be very fresh on the 22nd.
Is this a 2SP beer?
Yes and no. It's not a beer, but
Okay.
we did make that.
Well, this is good.
Yes. So
All right, well, to skip that, what tell us about No Sad Brew
Sure.
and what type of beer this is.
yeah, so every year the brewing team and our sales team brew and create an anniversary beer to celebrate each year. Last year, we did a nice IPA called the Rizzler. Typically, in years past, it's been named after the year, 7th, 8th, 6th, 5th anniversary, so on. So this year, after deciding we wanted to have a collaboration with the team here, we also thought it might be a good idea to do a different style of beer. So this is a light lager, supremely crushable. The short answer is your dad'll love it. You can drink the 6-pack. It's 4%. It's a great summer beer. Great for
manageable.
tailgating.
Great. That's awesome.
Is it
I
what you
love
would
that.
call a session beer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's the short version. The longer version is it's actually a rice lager. It uses some nice German hops in it to help with the body, and then it's finished with some American hops that give it really slightly citrus flavors.
Okay.
Only slightly. But anybody who likes a Miller Lite, Bud Light, Coors Light,
It's an
will
easy
love
drinking
this.
beer.
Absolutely, yeah. This is what all of our brewers. This is the style all of our brewers drink. Everybody thinks brewers are like, all I drink are stouts.
Right.
Yeah, no. I'm happy that you've done this because because we're going to have the element of a portion of the sales being donated to Camp Out for Hunger.
Correct.
Yeah.
And we wanted to make this widely available. And I know there are many beer aficionados who love their super hoppy IPAs. That's not for everybody. We want this to be a fundraiser.
Cast a
We want
wide net.
this to be as wide drinking as possible. So I'm glad you guys came up with this particular style for us.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, so this starts Friday, August 22nd. That's the kickoff. Steve is going to be at the brewery in Aston. And then after that, will it be available at the Tap House and Two Stones pubs and all that?
Sure. It'll be available at tons of Acme locations. There'll be a list up on our social media eventually of exactly where and what locations it'll be. But anywhere in the surrounding Philadelphia area, including Delaware. It'll be available there too.
And you said on that Friday you're going to bring back some of your older brews as well. And are you rolling? Is it rolling back some prices or something? Did I hear?
Oh yes, so we're rolling back to old school happy hour pricing. We'll have a great food truck there, live music from Rick Choate Acoustic. Kicking it with Steve for a couple of hours. Lots of old pictures too from the.
Oh, very cool.
And so Steve's going to be there from 5 to 7. But also, I'm reading here that there's going to be some prize packs like Phillies tickets. You can win a case of No Sad Brew. There's a bunch of different tchotchkes that'll be given away at the event too.
I think your team's bringing some Phillies tickets to raffle away, and we're going to make it a true, tailgate package. Include the case of beer, some swag. We're getting some fun cups in with that'll be a nice tie-in with the radio station and Camp Out for Hunger. It'll be.
We love it, and we love the eagerness that you've displayed throughout this whole process. You really wanted to be a part of Camp Out for Hunger.
Absolutely.
You wanted to be folded into the show. And it's been great, and we're really looking forward to following through on this.
I can't wait to try the beer.
Yeah. And Christina, by the way, and the crew made this great video on their social media of them around the brewery saying good morning to each other. It was nice to see Bob, our buddy Bob the brewer. By the way, is that him? Is that his? That is him?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So the logo
You can tell.
at 2SP is they kind of have this guy who's their kind of mascot.
Yeah.
And he's got a big fluffy beard. And we go way, way back with Bob.
Do you know Bob's history and how he even got introduced into brewing beer?
I used to, but remind me.
He was a construction worker, and he was literally building the Wells Fargo Center. He was there, and they had the Liberty Bell pub, or the pub there. And he watched them building this pub, and he became so interested in it that was his foray into it. And now he's like
running.
Dude. And Bob, where are you? Why are you not here right now?
He had an event at Pinocchio's last night.
Oh, we did.
And then somebody's got to make the beer, I guess.
Yeah. All right. So we just want to reiterate August 22nd. And then from there on, we're going to give it the full push and go out and purchase as much as you can because it's going to benefit Camp Out for Hunger. And if you're a Preston and Steve fan, you collect some of the things that we've done at our blood drives and Camp Out for Hunger. You'll at least want to have a can of this set with your little Preston and Steve tchotchkes.
It looks great.
I love it.
Yeah.
The logo's great. It's the Keystone from Pennsylvania in the background, and it's Bob's character. He's wearing a No Sad Bro shirt. And he's got a boom box that he's held up on his shoulder, and he's got a can of beer, and of course it has the logo No Sad Brew on it. So it says Preston Steve's Camp Out for Hunger.
What I love back here, Preston, it says everything we can't drink, we can donate. Which
I love
is a
it.
great motto.
All right, thank you, Christina. We're psyched about this.
Thank you. So are we. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and by the way, website for TUSP.
2spbrewing.com.
There you go.
Yeah, and our socials are probably the quickest way to see things, but our website is 2spbrewing.com.
By the way, they have great food, too. So they brought in some grub this morning for us, some cilantro lime chicken tacos and Delco lager beef brisket tacos.
What?
And tahine grilled shrimp tacos, too. So thank you to Michael Stiglick, chef and owner, who is here this morning as well to supply the food. So go by, get something to eat, and grab a No Sad Brew. And a portion of that is going to go to Camp Out for Hunger. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Beautiful thing. All right, let's see if somebody knows what movie this food, or actually, and in honor of this, all the movie clips are about beer this morning.
There we go, in honor of
all the clips are about beer. So let's see if you know what this is from.
This is grain, which any fool can eat, but for which the Lord intended a more divine means of consumption. Let us give praise to our Maker and glory to his bounty by learning about beer.
All right, we're going to go to Ray, see if he knows the answer. Hey, Ray, good morning.
Hooray, beer!
Yes. Let's all shout it. All right, what movie, Ray?
Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves.
Yeah. Yep, hang on. Going to set you up with a $50 gift card from our friends at Acme Markets. And check out their flash grocery delivery and pickup. Get your fresh groceries 30 minutes or less. All right, we have another clip to play. Let's see what movie this beer clip is from.
It's awfully hot down here. How do you manage to stay so cool?
Beer lowers the body temperature. I read that in a beer magazine.
All right, 610-660-9333 is the number. Let's see if you know what movie. Order up. right, let's see. We'll go to this one. So you know how tomatoes are technically fruit.
Yes.
But have you ever thought about putting them into a smoothie?
Somebody was just talking about this. I personally have not. However, like when you have sweet marinara, where they've sweetened it a bit?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
All right, so
tell me what I need to know.
Smoothie King is doing that with a new collab with Heinz. Starting this week, select Smoothie King locations. None in our exact areas because they're in Atlanta, Chicago, Denver, Miami, and New York will be offering a tomato ketchup smoothie.
Wow.
So that's different than just throwing tomatoes in.
That is
tomato
much
ketchup
different.
is way different. That's way more savory than just a tomato on its own.
I agree.
We grow cherry tomatoes. I know you hate those, Case, but I pull them right off the vine. They are so sweet and yummy that they could work in a smoothie probably.
So you're out back, and are you naked when you're doing this?
Not yet, but you've just given me an idea, so thank you.
You like drinking beer in the shower? Why not? Eat your tomatoes nude.
So it's made from a blend of acai, sorbet, strawberries, raspberries, apple juice, and Heinz Simply Ketchup. The first ever creation is available for $5.70 for a limited time while supplies last. No artificial additives and flavor profile that balances tart berries with a tomato kick. It's a bit of a weird flavor, but you might like it. Who knows?
You ever been to a Smoothie King?
No.
I've only been to the one. There's one on Westchester Pike in Havertown. I went, and it was really, really good. I just, they're the sponsors of an arena in New Orleans.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, are they that big?
Wow.
That
The
they
Pelicans play, right?
Yeah.
It's a good question.
You know what? Normally I demur from this kind of stuff, and then who brought in the pickle ice cream?
Oh, that was Hangry Bear.
It was pretty good.
It was pretty good.
Yeah.
I think it was them. Was it them? I don't remember. Anyway, it was pretty good. All right, so
it was the Pickle King.
Let's see if anyone knows what movie this clip is from.
It's awfully hot down here. How do you manage to stay so cool?
Beer lowers the body temperature. I read that in a beer magazine.
All right, we're going to go to Maureen. Hi there, Maureen.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, it. All right, so what movie was that from? Do you know?
Little Nicky.
Yes. Little Nicky.
One of our favorites.
We were just talking about that movie. All right, we're going to set you up with $50 Acme Markets gift card. Got to try out the Flash Grocery Delivery and Pickup. Get your fresh groceries 30 minutes or less. Fresh foods, local flavors. That is from Acme. Here is another clip that has to do with beer.
Our money for tonight. That's right. $200, and you boys drank $300 worth of beer.
All right. 610-660-9333 is the number. Hey, Casey.
Oh, wait, I got you.
All right, let's do it. Time for the fast food roundup. Got a couple of stories that have to do with the world of fast food. We're going to start with this one. Beginning August 18th, Chick-fil-A is spicing up fall with a fun new menu. It's got fans buzzing. They're introducing their very first seasonal soda, the Tangy Cherry Berry and Sprite, plus a revamped pretzel cheddar club sandwich packed with bacon, cheddar, and creamy Dijon mustard. That sounds pretty good.
It does sound good. It has been, as popular as Chick-fil-A is, it's been forever since I've been to a Chick-fil-A.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, hitting menus will be. Do you not have any in proximity to you? That's the thing.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
You have one around you, you'd go.
Well, when I'd go most often when we were heading over to the Plymouth Meeting Mall. Because there's that Chick-fil-A right there.
Steve, next time you're down in the or headed towards the sports complex, you know where that new Wawa is at the base of the bridge?
Yes.
There's a Chick-fil-A right next to that.
All right,
if you're near the Navy Yard, the Tasty Cake Factory's down that way. Anyway, if you're heading down to the sports complex, maybe that's an excuse.
That's a good idea.
Shout out to the greatest Chick-fil-A in all the land is on Baltimore Pike in Media, and I say that because
that's where Jesus went.
That's where Jesus went. A, B, the drive-through line they have it all figured out there.
That makes a big difference.
They get you in and out real quick, and the manager there is a huge fan of the Preston and Steve show. So.
Also hitting menus will be 2 new waffle chip flavors, including one that tastes like their signature sauce, apparently. Limited time lineup, and you need to check your local Chick-fil-A for that. Speaking of Chick-fil-A, a saucy experiment is taking place in St. Louis. So this is a, little kind of test market things.
Right.
New smokehouse barbecue nugs. So nuggets. They're not your usual plain bites. Think tender bites, tender bite-sized pieces of chicken breast, breaded or grilled, smothered in a zesty smokehouse barbecue sauce, and topped off with tangy dill pickles for an extra punch.
Well, going back to the first part of the story, these like super sweet 9 different sodas and a soda flavor thing.
Yeah.
Do those work for you?
When I was a kid.
Yeah, I think they're more for kids, right?
Yeah, I think so. And the soda concoctions right now they're kind of the thing.
They are.
They're having a moment.
Yeah.
So it's happening, and they're putting interesting flavors in there.
I do like them, Steve. In particular, I like the Diet Dr. Pepper varieties. So you can go because it's already kind of like got a bunch of flavors in there,
right?
But you throw some vanilla and cherry and stuff in there. It's pretty good.
When I was a kid, and you would go to the self-serve fountain, we had a drink. It was just what our group, our friends called it. It was called the Suicide.
Okay. Yeah.
And you would just hit every single one of them. You would take a flavor from every single one and fill up the cup.
I think
we'd also do that with snow cones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so is that where you remember?
Yeah, when you said suicide, I'm like, yeah, we used to do that.
And we'd literally order it from the snow cone person, say, give me a suicide.
Yeah.
I'll do the same thing with pharmaceuticals.
Oh, really? Give me a suicide.
Yeah, give me
like, literally, I can kill myself with this concoction.
What's in this pill container? Throw it in.
Here's another fast food story. McDonald's is throwing it back to the land of Ronald Grimace and the gang with a brand new McDonald's meal launching on the 12th. It's a limited time combo. Includes your choice quarter pounder with cheese or 10-piece chicken McNuggets, fries, and a colorful new McDonald Land shake inspired by the whimsical world's blue lava and pink clouds. Each meal, and here's the throwback thing, comes with one of 6 collectible tins packed with stickers and postcards that celebrate the classic McDonald's characters.
What did I just hear concerning Grimace? What Grimace is supposed to be?
A purple milkshake?
Is that what it is?
I believe so, yeah.
There was something that blew my mind, and I just found it out about Grimace.
Yeah.
No.
Either that or a polyp.
I'm surprised. Weirdly, last year, Grimace got associated with the New York Mets. I forget what the origins
What's
of it
that
were.
about?
I don't know. Like he was showing up at a whole lot of games. I think maybe a fan wore a Grimace costume to a Mets game, and they ended up winning. And it really made me hate Grimace for a season because I hate the Mets so much. I'm surprised that they don't tap into McDonald's nostalgia more often because so many people grew up with all of these characters you just mentioned, Preston, and like it seemed to me to be a good selling point.
Well, they've been having success with bringing back the Happy Meal thing. So they should do that.
It's the latest in a series of nostalgia promotions that they're working on, Nick. So they were working on the retro-themed collector's meal and a recent comeback of the fan favorite snack wrap.
If they could find patties that they actually had from the 80s.
Yeah, that would be great.
Them, that'd be very nostalgic.
It says, Steve, that McDonald's has recently clarified that he is intended to represent a taste bud.
Oh, yeah, that was
it.
We talked about it.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. All right, one last fast food story. Arby's announced the launch of its new Potato Pass, which allows fans to enjoy a free medium fry every day with any $5 purchase at participating locations through August 31st. So if you want to do it, you got to do it now if you really want to take advantage of it.
And that also coincides with your TSA clearance, right?
Yeah, of course. It's a pre-check and Potato Pass. Available online for pickup in-store orders. Only fans can score a free medium fry with a limit of 1 per guest per day every day when they spend at least $5 on an order. But you're going to need the Arby's rewards account to redeem the deal through the app or the website.
Potato Pass might not seem like something to a lot of people, but I remember when I was a kid and I got this sort of open-ended gift certificate for French fries at McDonald's. And Preston, I felt like, oh my God, I've won the lottery.
Yeah,
like it was French fries whenever I want them.
Yeah, so you can take advantage of that at Arby's right now. All right, let's see if you know what what movie this beer clip is from.
Our money for tonight. That's right. $200, and you boys drank $300 worth of beer.
All right, we're going to go to John, see if we can get the answer from him. Hey, John, morning it.
Hey, now.
All right, buddy. So what movie was that from?
The Blues Brothers.
Of course. A scene from Bob's Country Bunker. All right, we're going to give you a $50 Acme Markets gift card, and you can get your delivery or pick up and go fresh groceries, 30 minutes or less. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. Got another beer clip, and here it is.
It is May 12th, 1959, when I'm introduced to Janie. She buys me a beer. The first time a woman has done this for me.
All right, 610-660-9333. Let's see if you know the answer. Case, I'm going to do this. I have some ice cream stories to share with you. 2 of them, in fact.
All right.
We're going to start with this. The new 2025 fall menu for Dairy Queen has just been announced and features a returning fan favorite Blizzard along with 2 new entries.
Are you still a multiple times a week Dairy Queen visitor?
Not multiple times a week, but like we went earlier this week and grabbed a cone. We'll throw the family still if anybody's around.
Do you get your same thing every time?
Most of the time.
Which is?
Simple. Small vanilla cone. I keep it simple.
You know, you're bold in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But every now and then I'll grab a Blizzard. But I'm usually driving, so a cone.
It works.
The way to go. So the pumpkin pie Blizzard treat. Really good, by the way. That's one of my favorites.
I love pumpkin pie.
It was originally introduced back in 1991, a fall fan favorite. It's got DQ soft serve blended with real pumpkin pie pieces with whipped cream and nutmeg garnish. And that is the only returning Blizzard for this fall. The new ones are, and these sound good, the caramel toffee cookie Blizzard. Okay. Soft, chewy cookie pieces, caramel and toffee blended with soft serve. And the new, this one sounds good too, maple cookie shake. Features maple cookie base combined with soft serve and milk and topped with whipped cream.
Do you know why those work? Because I don't like it when they jam too much crap into the thing. So that's respectable.
Keeping it pretty simple.
Keeping the legend of the Blizzard intact.
So this will be available starting August 29th for a limited time. And then the only other ice cream story I have for you this morning is Frida, parent company, and I may have mentioned this before, but there's more on it now. A parent product company and Oddfellows, a small batch ice cream company based in New York, have partnered to release a limited number of breast milk flavored ice cream pints nationwide. Christina just grimaced over there. I saw that on her face. Frida launched its breast milk flavored ice cream earlier this year, and the limited edition got a lot of attention. Now the viral flavor is available for purchase online.
So this will go
with shipping available nationwide.
Seamensicles.
Yeah, Seamensicles. That's a great, and it rolls off the tongue.
Yeah. Well, this is salty.
For the past few days, Frida and Oddfellows have been promoting the ice cream flavor on social media. The internet is going crazy with countless users confused about the ice cream's ingredients. So I'm going to clear this up for you. It is not made of breast milk. The flavor of the ice cream is supposed to mimic it. So the ingredient list is milk, heavy cream, skim milk powder, sugar, dextrose, egg yolks, invert sugar, guar gum, salted caramel flavoring, honey syrup, liposomal bovine colostrum,
delish,
yellow food color, and some other things.
Isn't guar gums He-Man's sidekick?
That's what my son called my mom. Guar gum.
It's described as sweet, a little salty, smooth with hints of honey and sprinkles of colostrum, and features a distinct colostrum yellow tinge.
All right, so when we did sample actual human breast milk on the air, this is a number of years ago, I found it to taste like 1% or
I thought it was disgusting.
You couldn't take it, yeah.
It was.
So this is not
horrible.
for you then. If they're really sticking the landing and mimicking that flavor.
Yep, I guess so. All right, let's see if we can identify what movie this clip is from.
It is May 12th, 1959, when I'm introduced to Janie. She buys me a beer. The first time a woman has done this for me.
All right, 610-660-9333. The number. We're going to go to Brian, see if he knows the answer to that. Hey, Brian, morning, bud.
Morning, guys. Sorry to bother you at work.
All good, man. Do you know what movie that beer clip is from?
Oh, yeah, that's The Watchmen.
Yes. Absolutely correct. Going to give you a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Case, I have a question. Do we need to wrap it up here?
No, let's just do one more.
All right, we'll do one more. All right, we have time for one more clip and one more story. Let's see if you know what beer clip this is from.
Give me a beer.
I'm sorry, senor. All we have is martinis and champagne.
My own house, I can't get a beer.
Mrs. Melon gave us strict orders. No cerveza.
All right, 610-660-9333. Order up. Last story that we have time for. Damn it, get over here. A Dutch snack brand called Rewind has created the world's first, and this is what they're calling it, 9-volt battery-flavored tortilla chips.
What?
Okay.
Like when you lick a battery?
Exactly. So they're targeting 90s kids who remember licking batteries as children. Listen, we licked batteries back in our day, too.
Sure, but that doesn't mean you want to have a chip.
The company said that it wanted to recreate that nostalgic, metallic taste and buzzing feeling without using any actual battery parts. Chef Matthias Larson used citric acid and sodium bicarbonate to make the tongue-tingling effect, and then balanced it with mineral salts for the metallic flavor.
They should do a bleeding gums flavor, too.
Is sodium bicarbonate just salt?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right? Isn't that what it is? That's what I thought.
Baking soda.
Oh, baking soda.
Yeah.
So that'll give the tingling.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
Great,
what that'll
so you get
do.
that full 9-volt battery taste.
Yep. So he says the result is surprisingly tasty and sparks curiosity, so to speak.
They're doing this because 3 or 4 of the researchers died when they did wall socket flavor.
No. Rewind is inspired by nostalgia, and they wanted to launch with a flavor that brings back weird childhood memories. The chips are currently only sold in the Netherlands, but the company plans to expand across Europe soon. But listen, this is kids would buy that.
Oh, yeah.
Would they? Of course. How are you not going to want to try that?
So
just as a novelty.
Can you point to one of these, and this is hyper gimmicky, one of these hyper gimmicky things that actually folded into their continuing inventory?
Yeah, that
it became a staple?
I mean, just those, what are the super duper hot chips?
Like the Takis?
Yeah, the Takis.
Yeah, I mean
they're...
That was trendy for a stretch, and then, they just ended up being, the trend has lasted, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's still going, but not many, Steve.
Not many, no.
Yeah. All right, we'll see if you know what movie this is from.
Give me a beer.
I'm sorry, senor. All we have is martinis and champagne.
My own house, I can't get a beer.
Mrs. Melon gave us strict orders. No cerveza.
All right, we're going to Chris. See if we can get it. Hey, Chris, morning.
Good morning.
All right, good morning to see you. Chris, name the movie.
Rodney Dangerfield at Back to School.
You got it, buddy. Absolutely correct. Hang on just a moment. We'll give you that $50 Acme Markets gift card. And don't forget, you can get 30 minutes or less fresh groceries for delivery or pickup. Fast, fresh, right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. And you will also be able to get, if you missed the announcement at the top, at Acme Markets, you will be able to get the Preston and Steve No Sad Brew, courtesy of our friends at 2SP Brewery in Aston, Pennsylvania. We are partnering with those guys. It is going to be rolled out and released on Friday, August 22nd at 2SP Brewery in Aston. Steve Morrison will be at the event from 5 to 7 p.m. It's going on longer than that, and there's going to be prize packs and music and all kinds of great stuff, and you'll be able to try the beer out first, and a portion of the sales, draft and can sales, are going to be donated to the Camp Out for Hunger.
Really excited for this launch. I think it's going to be a huge hit, and I love having it obviously coincide with everything Camp Out related. It's awesome.
Yep. So thank you guys so much for collaborating with us, and we are going to continue to mention this and just make you aware of that event coming up on Friday, the 22nd. All right, wrapping up the Connoisseur. That's all we have time for today, friends, but talked about a lot of food and drink, and that means we got to take a break. Come back in a moment and get some B-File stories. We have a lot of great guests on the show. In the 8 o'clock hour, Kevin Smith. In the 9 o'clock hour, Bill Bellamy and Michael McDonald joining us as well.
Awesome.
So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. We'll keep moving forward. No sad bro, man. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Vincenttown, New Jersey, and I had to make a delivery to a farm that had a bunch of where they would raise horses, where you would sit on those carts. And I'm going up to go do the delivery, and then you got your driver's door open because it's so hot in the summertime, and all of a sudden I just feel this bite on my leg, and I look over, and there's an ostrich.
What? An ostrich?
Stop
it. Come on, really?
Yeah, they actually had a pet ostrich that would roam the property for some reason. And I could not make the delivery, so I'm in the UPS truck, honking the horn. Nobody's coming out. I'm like, I got to get this thing off the truck because with UPS is every package every day. Makes sense.
Yeah.
So here I am. I run out the passenger side. The ostrich starts chasing me. I'm running around the back of the truck. I hop through the driver's door. It tries to lunge at me through the driver's door. I get out the passenger door again. I run to the barn, drop the package off. the lady comes out of the bar and she grabs the ostrich by the neck and holds it. She's like, "Get back in your truck right now." I'm like, "You don't have to tell me twice."
Ran and delivered
I bet you I know what was in that box. It was probably ostrich sedatives.
Oh my God,
Jesus!
Have a good one, guys.
Yeah,
Dude,
you
see
too.
you, Luke.
There's a I think she's on Instagram. She has an account, but she has. I guess you know what I'm talking about.
I know who you're talking
and
about.
it's this bird that is it an emu or an
It's an
ostrich?
emu.
It's an emu,
Right.
yeah.
And it freaks out all the time, and it comes charging, and she's
Yeah.
yeah, it's crazy.
She'll do videos with like selfie videos of her, and she'll just like slowly pan over to this like vicious thing ready to like bite her.
We will go next to Will. Hey, Will, morning.
Rhythm, schism, a brizza.
Rhythm, schismism. What's up, buddy?
What's up, guys? Skull Sealer here.
The Skull Sealer.
I got bit by a groundhog.
Whoa.
Now they've
Don't
got
drive angry.
Yeah, don't drive angry. They've got sharp little friggin' teeth, don't they?
Yeah, giant in sizes, man. So I was coming home from work one day, and I saw this animal in the road. So I slowed down, and it was still alive. It was a tiny little groundhog. It wasn't like a full-grown, like full pounder or anything, but it was pretty small. So I got out of my van, picked it up, moved it to the side of the road, and it bit me in the web of like my thumb.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I still have the scar from it.
So I assume you don't know if the thing is rabid or not. Did you go to the doctor immediately?
I did not.
Oh, dude.
You became a were-badger.
Will, the thing is biting you. Did you start like smacking it on the head to let go, or was it a quick bite?
It was a quick bite, but I did like try and shake it off. You know?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't like thrashing or anything. It was just like a real quick chop down my hand and then like a release. But
ow.
I don't know if it even survived. Who knows?
Thank you, Will. Appreciate it, man. I have a fear of being bitten by a snapping turtle.
Okay.
Oh, for good reason.
I'm fascinated with them. You will actually see them on golf courses a fair amount of time. At least once a year, I'll see a good size one just sitting out sunning itself. I'll go over and take a good close look at it.
Yeah.
Just because they're really prehistoric looking. It's really cool, but
tank.
That beak terrifies me.
So Coney Island Aquarium has a snapping turtle, Preston. This thing's lived in Coney Island to begin with because it's got tattoos and stuff. But it's this big, this beak on this thing. It just sits there, and it always sits there at the corner of the tank. But you're right, they're really threatening looking.
And if you've ever bitten by something small, and how bad that hurts, I can only imagine. I got bit by a hamster in college. I still, from time to time, will think of it.
You still cry?
No, I actually it gives me like the chills because I'll never forget his little teeth going through my finger. I was like, oh my God.
But this thing, a snapping turtle, can take a full finger off.
Oh,
I told a story about where my dad lived years ago. They had a pond, and they were finding ducks and geese with their heads bitten off.
Yeah.
And they don't fly that way normally.
My brother used to put them in the pool and swim with them.
What?
He would get them from the
turtles?
He'd get them from the creek.
I think I remember you telling
And he would
me
put
that.
them in the pool and he'd swim with them. And then my mom would be like, go take them back. And he would take them out of the pool and take them back to the
By the way,
creek.
everything else about the turtle is slow, but that snap is lightning fast.
Yep.
I have been bitten by a swan. It didn't hurt at all. That was the only one where I was like, oh my God, you're adorable.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
My dad had to smack a swan in his head because he went after Jace. Jace was little, and he looked at Jace like he was an enemy. And
Swan!
He did. He just took one hand and smacked him.
I know people who have battled with goose before. There was a guy that was fly fishing one time, as a friend of my dad's, and it was, because you throw it up in the air, and it either caught on the goose or the goose snapped at it or something like that. But anyhow, he had to reel it in.
Oh no!
Because it's flying in the air, and he wasn't going to give up his rod. And then when he got there and he's trying to unhook it, the thing is beating him with his wings, which are pretty formidable, and I've been snapping at him as well.
Getting back to snapping turtles real quick, I saw one in the middle of the road one time, and I tried to be a good Samaritan and get out. I stopped the car and I tried shooing it off the road, and I got a stick, and I was sort of trying to poke at it or whatever.
Just pick it up.
because it scared me.
Yeah.
Big old snapping turtle.
Yeah.
And
If you just pick it by a shell, it won't even get its.
He's panicking.
No, I know.
No, I mean, and it was in the middle of the road, case, and so I was just trying to shoo it off of the road. But those things like hiss at you.
Yeah.
And I just, and I was like, man, I'm just trying to help out, buddy.
Yeah.
I hope we got run over.
Let me go to.
Well, listen, fool don't want no help.
I got Kelly on the line. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Kelly?
Oh, thank you.
you.
Back in like the late 70s, early 80s, it was a thing in Philly, apparently where I lived, where people had monkeys.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like one of those little monkeys that was on Friends.
Okay.
And
Like Capuchin monkey.
Capuchin,
Yeah. So my dad used to let it run around the house, and one day it was sitting on my shoulder, and he was a nasty thing. He would like steal cigarettes, and he would rip up things, and he was sitting on my shoulder, and my dad said, "Oh, turn your head, he's going to kiss you." I turned my head, and he bit me.
Where did he bite you? On your face?
On my face, yeah, I have a scar.
Oh.
You have a scar from the friggin' monkey.
I'll show it to you on Friday. I'll be at Keenan.
Yes! Tell us your monkey scar, girl, and we'll showcase that.
If you have a monkey scar, come down to Keenan's. We want to see it.
Wow. Kelly, did you have to get any stitches or anything like that?
They didn't take you to the hospital back then.
Nah. Just put a piece of gum on it. Wow. All right.
I don't have any stitches.
All right. Well, we'll see you on Friday, Kelly.
Okay, perfect.
Scarface is your name from here on, by the way.
By the way, monkey's gonna monkey. It's gonna do people. And I remember people would get those things. There was a Woolworths that had a pet section when I was growing up.
Yeah.
It had a pet section, Kathy, and there was a chimp in there.
Yeah.
A chimp. I'm like, what?
I do remember like odd animals in the Woolworths section. I remember always wanting to get birds. And my mom was like, absolutely not.
Birds. They were like blue.
Yeah.
Yes.
They were nice colored birds. That's why I liked them.
Parakeets?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, they were right down from the chimps.
Finches or something.
Finches, maybe, yeah.
My friend got an alligator, and I believe he bought it legally at a place that's not even there anymore. Nick, you might remember this. Is you're driving down the Blue Route just past Broomall. There's a place called Jobu Pets.
Yeah.
And he got it.
Jobu.
Yes. And he got an alligator from Jobu Pets. What? I know, and we would be in there in his. He had a.
You have any more alligators?
He had a giant aquarium in his room, and one time he decided he needed to clean the aquarium while we were all in there. I was like, dude, and they just took the thing out. Like,
had he been bitten by it?
He had.
Yeah. I'm not down with that. No.
All right, we'll go to Jen next. Hi, Jen. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, what were you bitten by?
So when I was 14 years old, I was down in the Outer Banks, and the people I was staying with thought it would be a good idea to go feed the wild horses that were underneath our house. So we bought a whole
She's talking about cave horses.
Underneath your house?
No, the wild horses in the Outer Banks.
Okay.
Yeah, but they were under your house?
Yeah, because they used to, up in Corolla, they used to roam the whole top of the island.
Oh,
okay.
Dirt horses.
They were corralled.
All right, so, and was this a house up on stilts or something?
Yeah, it was
that makes sense. No, they were earth horses. They burrow into the ground.
Okay.
No, but so listen, I know for a fact that a horse bite can really F you up. So how big was the chomp?
So we talked about it because I got my first hickey from them. It was the giantest bruise on my shoulder. I got trapped between the air conditioner and the house, and the horse just wanted the apple that I had already given.
Oh, my God.
So the horse was about to kill you for an apple.
Oh, I was terrified. And then my mom, I don't know where she came from. She came out of nowhere screaming and yelling, and she luckily scared the horse away before anything else happened. But I can just remember he was walking towards me, and I turned around, and first he was like eating my ponytail.
Man, so listen, if you get, obviously we've all been in proximity to horses. Look at the size of their heads.
Oh, my God.
Look at the size of their mouths.
Yeah.
I mean, that can make some heavy damage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We just don't think about it because they're horses. They're our friends.
Thank you, Jen. Appreciate it.
Mr. Ed.
But yeah, they're the power of their jaws has got to be extreme. They could easily, bite something off if they wanted to. Let's see. We have a lot of great calls here. I will go next to. There's a lot of monkey calls. believe it or not.
Hey.
Let's go to Liam. Hi, Liam. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thanks, Liam. All right, you have a monkey story.
Yeah, actually, so when I was 13, I'm 28 now, but when I was 13, my family took a trip to Punta Cana, and there's a gentleman next to the pool that had a monkey on a leash, letting people take pictures with it. So my brother talked me into going over to it. It climbs up my leg onto my shoulder, smiles with me, takes a picture, climbs back down, and is holding his hand out, and I thought he wanted a little handshake. So I gave him my thumb, and he just hacked right into it.
I want to shake your hand.
To top it off, I'm 13. What do? They take me over to the bar and just pour vodka on.
Well, that's how you respond to a monkey bite. Yeah.
So the monkey was looking for a tip, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Dude, I want money, and I'll rip your goddamn head off if you don't give me some.
And it's funny because
nasty. Thanks, Liam.
They are those monkeys that are part of tourism and the people trained for for tips and stuff like that. They get very aggressive, and I'm surprised that a lot of places where you wouldn't figure they would allow that do allow that because they can freak out at the drop of a hat.
Yeah. So we've had an ostrich bite. We've had several monkey bites. What else did we get here? We got another.
Horse.
Yeah, there's bird bites and all this, but how about this one? Let's go to Jessica. Hi, Jessica.
Hi, welcome.
3WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. You guys ready? You ready?
Yeah.
You ready?
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's do it. Let's get to the bizarre file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by United Tire and Service. Planning a road trip this summer? Travel in comfort with United Tire and Service. Save $25 on any AC service when you buy new tires at United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone, drive United. All right, let's start off this story. 4 Los Angeles County residents charged with insurance fraud and defrauding an insurer for allegedly staging fake bear attacks on their vehicles and collecting insurance payouts appeared in court on Monday for a preliminary hearing.
Okay, so let me get this straight. I come in from the back door and I go, and then I push down on the ground, right?
So listen to this. Out on bail, the 4 defendants waived their right for a speedy hearing. Their alleged scheme, referred to as Operation Bear Claw, resulted in insurance companies Bristol West, Progressive, and State Farm paying out more than $300,000 in reimbursements. So wait till you hear what happened here. So Ruben Tamarzian, Ararat Chekanian, Vahi Muradakian, and Alifa Zuckerman were all arrested in November of last year after investigators with the California Department of Insurance found their claims to be fraudulent. They claimed that a bear damaged a 2010 Rolls-Royce Ghost and 2015 Mercedes G63 AMG, a 2022 Mercedes E350, all on January 28th. They sent in video to support their insurance claims, but upon further scrutiny of the video, the investigation determined the bear was a person in a bear costume.
Man, don't. Of course, they're going to do something that stupid.
Investigators.
That's a Wookiee costume.
They even went to the lengths of asking a biologist from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to review video of the bear attacks, who said, quote, "It was clearly a human in a bear suit." The bear costume was recovered at the suspect's home by detectives assisting the investigation. Photos provided by insurance investigators showed surface-level scratch marks on the seats and door panels of the cars.
Jeez.
It was later determined that the scratches were made from metal cooking tools, meat claws, which were also recovered from the suspect's home.
Why does that bear have cooking tools?
All 4 defendants are facing 3 counts each of insurance fraud and defrauding an insurer. They are expected back in court on October 16th.
And what's worse, Preston, it was a Berenstain Bear costume.
Wow. The body of a man missing for 28 years has been found in a melting glacier in Pakistan's remote and mountainous Khoistan region.
I thought I'd never be rescued.
A shepherd stumbled upon the body, which was remarkably well preserved with its clothing intact. Along with the body was an ID card with the name Nasaruddin. Police were able to trace it to a man who disappeared in the area in June of 1997 after falling into a glacier crack.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, the region has been has seen decreased snowfall in recent years, exposing glaciers to direct sunlight, making them melt faster. Experts said the body's discovery shows how changing climate has accelerated glacial melt. And according to the shepherd who found the body, they said, what I saw was unbelievable. The body was intact. The clothes were not even torn. And as soon as police confirmed that it was Nazaruddin, locals began offering more information. Nazaruddin had a wife and 2 children, was traveling with his brother, Katharuddin, on horseback the day that he went missing. Police said that a family feud had forced the 2 men to leave their home. Now, Katharuddin said that they had arrived in the valley that morning, and sometime in the afternoon, his brother stepped into a cave. When he didn't return, he said he went to look for him in the cave and went and got help from others in the area to search, but they never found him. When a human body falls into a glacier, the extreme cold freezes it fast, preventing decomposition, and the body is then mummified due to a lack of moisture and oxygen in the glacier, and that is why his body was so well preserved.
So when we took a ride up to the Juneau ice fields, when my wife and I took our Alaska vacation trip, the guy who brought us up there said if you slip and fall into a crevasse, says about 150 years, it'll calve off and they'll find you in the harbor. And they don't even try. Once you go into it, there's no way.
Sure.
Yeah.
Too dangerous
Too
as
dangerous,
well.
yeah.
An Amazon customer who complained to the online retailer about a delivery driver coming into her home and masturbating in her bedroom is demanding to know how the man was allowed to return to her house 2 days later.
Well, to clean up.
This is in Spain. Police have taken a suspected semen sample allegedly left by the courier as part of a continuing investigation into the incident.
Ma'am, it says right here you ordered semen.
The customer, 72-year-old retired British social worker who lives in Spain and New Zealand, has ordered ordered mosquito repellent from Amazon.
That'll work.
She said that I will not be using Amazon again. I want people to know that it's unsafe. She said the courier was Amazon said the courier was not one of its employees, but a contractor for one of its local sellers. The courier, a tall man in his 20s, arrived with the package at Jane's home. She buzzed him through the gate via video doorbell and asked him to wait. After a trip to the bathroom, Jane said she then found the man in her bedroom with his hands in his shorts. He had entered Jane's house and walked through her kitchen and upstairs into her bedroom. She said, I was stunned. He was pleasuring himself vigorously. He turned his back there and apparently that he had shot.
Yeah.
He shook his hand, and when he turned to me, his shorts were wet.
Oh my God.
She said, I can think of a lot of things I should have said to him now, but I was so shocked I just told him to get out immediately, and I followed him out. Once outside, the courier asked for Jane's ID number to register the package on an electronic device. He struggled to input the data correctly, which prompted his older colleague who had been waiting in the van to come to the door and ask about the delay.
Did you rub one out again?
She said, I told him your colleague has done something very bad. My Spanish was not extend to the word masturbate. The older driver said there was a problem registering the package before taking it from Jane's hands. Both men left the property. She managed to photograph the van.
Stop and think about that. You've been caught in the act, pleasuring yourself inside someone's house. You go outside and say, I'm going to need some information to complete the transaction.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't you just bolt in terror?
So she reported the incident to police and to Amazon. The person she called at Amazon apologized for the inconvenience. She said, no, this is a police matter. It's not an inconvenience.
Sorry about the inconvenience.
Now listen, 2 days later, the same 2 couriers turned up at her door to deliver another Amazon package.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, she said she addressed the older man saying, your colleague pleasured himself in my house.
Did he?
And I've reported it to police. He denied it. He said his shorts were wet after spilling a drink. Before leaving, the older man threatened to denounce her to the police for making an accusation against his colleague. So police are indeed investigating the incident. All right.
It's insane.
One more story. It's a short one. Oklahoma police arrested a man after he allegedly tried to attack a mentally disabled strip club janitor with a knife. According to authorities, Lawrence Kuya-Kendall was identified on camera calling the janitor at Bare Assets a racial slur and then charging at him with a knife. Now, police said the janitor hit this guy with a broom and then jumped on him and started beating him. And the reason I put it in the bizarre file, the mugshot. This guy got his ass kicked by the janitor. He beat the piss out of this guy. And this dude deserved it, too. Kaya Kendall was taken to a local hospital for medical attention and then booked into jail for assault and battery with a dangerous weapon and racial harassment.
Look at the picture.
Yeah, it's a janitor.
You don't tug on Superman's cape or pick a fight with the
strip club janitor. Yeah. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and our first guest of the morning, other than our friends from 2SP Brewing, is going to be joining us. Mr. Kevin Smith is on the show. After that, Bill Bellamy is stopping in, and the amazing Michael McDonald of the Doobie Brothers, who are going to be in town next week, is going to be joining us, too. So we'll be back in a sec. Stay with us.
Preston.
Welcome to you.
What's up, Jessica?
Thanks for having us over.
Thank you. We appreciate you having us on your show.
I've never been on the radio before.
It's all right. I say something like that on a daily basis.
Preston, what's the latest phrase?
Good morning to see you.
Preston said that, so you're absolutely
Good morning
fine,
to see you. It's all good, Jessica. What's up?
Welcome.
I was in Indiana, and there was a large cat rescue, and they had accidentally had baby tigers. And so for an extra, like, $5, you could go in and visit that with them. You know, who doesn't want to go pet a tiger?
Right.
And they were about the size of, like, a big lab. So they weren't huge, but big enough that one decided, like, my calf looked really tasty, and it bit down on my calf.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it didn't break any skin, but it left a good bruise, and, it scared the bejeebies out of me. But,
Jessica, you said it was the size of a large lab?
Of, like a dog.
I mean, that's a big animal. If a dog that size bites you, that's problematic. If you have one that's trained to do that, that's basically wild, and
this
it
isn't
clamps down. Yeah.
This isn't a kitten. This is a young tiger. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I didn't card it, but it was definitely older than like an adolescent.
Yeah.
Was it able to buy alcohol?
That's pretty wild, Jessica. You have a tiger bite. That's way up there on bragging rights.
Yeah. I like to use it in the whole 2 truths and a lie.
Yeah, totally.
Because no one believes it.
Thank you, Jessica. Yeah. Appreciate that. Wow. Do you remember when the trainer that we knew would bring Louie in here, Louie the chimpanzee? Man, I'll never forget that. He brought him in a couple times. It was really cool to be that close to a chimpanzee and hold him and so on. But he was always on guard.
Yes.
The trainer was like he didn't lighten up for a moment.
No, because he said at any moment, like he was stronger than everyone in the room.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that if he were to become unhinged, we got real trouble.
And he said that, like, the 3 of the children's parties, every 4th one, he'd have to shoot in front of the kids.
Well, and he would bring, he would.
Get out of the way!
They would bring them to parties and things like that. We had them out.
We did too, Kat.
And how it eventually ended. I don't remember if it was Louie or I think he had Mikey too. Yeah. But they got out of their. All he would say was they got out of their cage and they had to send them to zoos.
Yeah.
Well, he brought in one time a cub, a bear cub.
Oh yeah.
And it was my wife, the bear cub fell asleep. Claire came in, my wife, just because she couldn't believe it, and I said, you got to get a chance to pet a bear cub. The bear cub fell asleep on her lap. She was sitting on the floor. Those spikes on that that's a bear cub. Yeah. Those things look like Wolverine. Yeah. It doesn't have anything on these friggin' things. It was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. So, did you guys see the movie Nope by any chance?
Yes.
Because there's like an underlying theme of a chimp like going crazy. It's terrifying because, it was fictional thing in the movie, but
it's not inaccurate.
What that thing did,
Yeah.
it could, that could have happened in
Well,
here.
looking back on Louie and Mikey, like they were cute when they were here, but I'm
Not a great idea.
no, it was not
Yeah,
smart. Like they're wild animals, and they shouldn't be kept in cages like
We
that.
also had the white Bengal tigers. Remember that?
Yep. Yep. That was well before Tiger King came out,
Yes.
and we didn't realize that any yokel could walk around with
The possum bowl
With a great-
doesn't seem so bad now,
great
does
cat.
it? Yeah.
Right. Let me see here. Okay, since we did mention snapping turtles, we got to go to Tom here real quick. Hey, Tom, morning, bud.
Good morning to see you.
Yes, very good. Good morning to see you. Good morning, welcome. What's up, Tom?
Yeah, I used to go camping a lot when I was younger, and I would always bring a friend. And this one friend, he was like huge into reptiles. He always had, snakes, lizards, turtles, and all that kind of stuff. So there was always like little kind of sitting ponds around. There was always frogs, snakes, turtles, and stuff. So we would go looking. And one time we didn't see this thing, but a huge snapper out of nowhere bit him on his ankle.
Snapper.
And it like ripped the vein out. Like a mile away from the campsite, we had to run back, and I'm a fat boy, so it sucked. It was bad.
Did you guys have to wrap a tourniquet around him or anything?
Once we got back.
Wow.
It took probably 20 minutes to get back
Oh, my
to the campsite. But he needed stitches. I think he got like 8 stitches.
Dude, that's why one of the things that you see the lunatics. There's a guy who had I think a TV show. He's had not a tooth in his mouth, but he would go into the murky, muddy water.
Yes.
And apparently snapping turtles make for great turtle soup or whatever. So he just reaches his arms down in this brown muck. And like pulls out snapping turtles. Yeah. And I it was almost too tense to watch the damn show.
Thanks, Tom. That's messed up. All right, here. This might be most exotic bite. I know we had tiger and ostrich and a few other things, but this says my sister got bit by a chinchilla.
Okay.
At Funimals in Westchester.
Oh, my God.
Funimals. As a kid, and still hates those cute little balls of fluff to this day. She asked for it, though. She stuck her finger in the cage.
Okay.
I got bit by a chinchilla.
Well, you see it all the time where people say, "Don't put your fingers in the cage," or if you get like a little like a behind the scenes or whatever.
Oh
done.
yeah,
So
I got kind of reprimanded. I've told this story before. Sorry to interrupt.
No.
But my junior high Spanish teacher, Mr. Huddleston, did some wildlife work with the St. Louis Zoo, and he would foster some of these animals. And when he had facilities where he could keep them,
like
in his,
big cats, right?
Yeah, he could
ended up
keep them.
getting killed by
So
one, right?
yeah, so but anyhow, he brought in he had a mountain lion in it was a kitten, it was a baby mountain lion in a carry case, and he came walking up to the school. I'm like, no way, oh my god! And I stuck my finger in there. And he's like, don't do that. That thing will bite it off. He's like, whatever you're doing, do it. And yeah, he was killed by a leopard in his backyard.
So that shows you how good, however good they are wild animals.
Yeah.
You have to remember that. I was at the Philadelphia Zoo here, and we were back. They had an armadillo. I didn't realize this, but the larger armadillo is the kind you might find out in Texas. When they ball up, if your finger gets caught in that, it can break your finger.
Yeah, and those shells, whatever those things are.
The armor.
The bands.
The armor and the armadillo.
All right, we need to take a break. We're actually going to talk to a bite victim in a little while. Maggie, who's a shark bite victim, is going to be joining us. But real quick, I want to go. Somebody was on hold for a long, long time, and they just hung up. Never mind.
Well,
Sorry
don't worry
that.
about it because we have a picture with a snake wearing a helmet.
And we got smoking snakes.
Yeah.
And they have an Uber Eats thing on the back.
That is one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
We'll share this on our socials.
That's wonderful.
That's phenomenal.
He's
Okay.
All snakes really should have helmets.
Yes.
What if they take a spill?
Yeah, for safety purposes.
All right. Well, anyhow, thank you for sharing the stories. We appreciate it. And like I said, we'll get Maggie on in a little while, who's a shark bite victim in Stone Harbor.
Yeah.
So we'll get her on in a bit. But let's take a break and come back in a second. We'll get into the bizarre file when we return. Stay with us. By the way, Northeast High School, you're up for coolest teacher. Make sure you let us know who the coolest teacher of the year has been. Text word teacher to 39333 if you go to Northeast, and we'll send you the voting link. We'll be back in a moment.
Is it Katie Kane?
Katie Kane.
Looks like Candy Cane.
Yeah.
And I like candy cane. Happy birthday, you.
And then a short?
Yeah.
Ooh. Sorry about that. I had the black bean soup.
Okay. All right. So happy birthday, Katie. All right. So I want to go back to the story we had in the bizarre file. Is it Mykonos? Is that how you pronounce it, Kathy?
Yeah.
That's in Greece?
Yes.
Okay.
It's in Greek, Preston.
It's in Greek.
Yeah.
So a mother and daughter were there. They went to a restaurant. They were kind of talked into hanging out in this particular area of the restaurant, which is a sun deck that they have, and they sat at these chairs. And
It's apparently a popular location.
Yeah, it's a very touristy city.
real beautiful view, right?
It's gorgeous. This doesn't surprise me, though. Like, a lot of the places seem to be a little bit like this, where you pay $600 for two
They're
drinks.
predatory, right?
It seemed like
right.
so. They eventually they were kind of nudged into ordering some food or anyway.
2 mojitos.
2 mojitos and 2 crab legs, like just 2 crab legs.
Two.
Not 2 orders of crab
Are
legs,
you even
2
full after
legs.
that?
Right.
They were king crab legs. They are. They're
big.
In their defense, they are the big crab legs.
Yeah.
But they were charged like $640 or 600 euros for that, or they were going to call the cops on them.
They were threatened literally with not being able to leave the country. Now, I'm sure, no matter what,
that wouldn't happen.
No matter what the story is, that kind of predatory stuff will happen, as you were saying, Kathy. If you looked at the history of this place, the reviews are replete with all
scam.
sorts.
It's a scam. It's one of those
It's a
scams.
scam.
Get in here. Come on in here. Oh, we're going to take care of you. And then at the end, oh yeah, here's the bill.
Oh, wait. So this place is known for bills like this?
It's now known amongst on the travel, like the TripAdvisors and stuff like that. It had that reputation. Now, mind you, it's a nice place, and everyone agrees the food and everything is quite good. However, 2 drinks, 2 crab legs,
Well, see,
$600.
My experience was a little bit different. In London, we ordered 2 martinis, and I forget what vodka we ordered, but it was because it was imported. We paid $40 for each drink, so it was like, or I think it was it was about an $80 bill for 2 drinks.
Did they wrangle? Did they wrangle you into it? Or,
no, they didn't wrangle. We just
were
ordered.
the prices listed? Obviously,
No, they were like, what type of vodka, and we named it, and I forget what it was. And then
give me the $40 kind.
Well, obviously we questioned it after, and they were like, "Well, it's so and so vodka."
Yeah.
And we were like, "Yeah." They're like, "Well, you're not in the United States,
Yeah,
so
it's like Tito's or something
like
you
whatever
just you would get.
3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. Our guest is standing by, joining us via Zoom. He's going to be in town tomorrow at the Oaks Center Cinema. A Q&A is taking place after a screening of Dogma. Which I think is my favorite film of his.
It's way up there.
And we are stoked, as always, to talk to the one and only Mr. Kevin Smith.
Good morning, Philadelphia. How are you, man? I'm in nearby New Jersey, not an hour and 20 minutes from you at my own theater, Smodcastle Cinemas.
Thank God, because we thought you were West Coast and we're getting up at 6 o'clock some hour in the morning to join us.
No, are you kidding me? For a chance to wake up early on the East Coast and self-aggrandize at my own movie theater. Look at all these pictures of me.
I love it. Look at
Kids,
you.
Look at this museum, for heaven's sakes. Everywhere you go, there's a Kevin Smith for all sizes and ages. We got props from the movies. There's like Tusk posters and stuff like that.
I got to go there. I need to go there. Where exactly in Jersey is that, Kevin?
So we're in Atlantic Highlands, New Jersey, about like an hour to 90 minutes, depending on how fast you drive. From you guys. We're down the Jersey Shore, so not far from Asbury Park. And me and my friends have owned the theater for about 3 years, going on 4 years now. This is the movie theater that we grew up going to. Post-COVID, they were going to close it, and so we got together, rallied, and bought it, renamed it Smodcastle Cinemas, and it's been heaven except for making money. Oh, kids, don't buy a movie theater. The movie business is dying. Everyone's staying home and whatnot, but still, absolutely lovely having my own theater. But I'm looking forward to going to somebody else's theater tomorrow night, man. Go ahead and do you guys.
It's going to be great. I was pointing out to Preston, I said, in the description, they said, there'll be a Q&A afterwards about 45 minutes long. I'm like, are you kidding me? Is Kevin's going to do 45 minutes? No way. So, listen, the great thing is that you see a great movie, but you are also the experience now. You are a great raconteur, and you can really hold an audience with all your stories. looking at this theater and talking about a theater that you used to visit, for the ability to have, we used to go, for us, it was the Larkfield Theater, Long Island, East Northport, Long Island. That, if I could own that theater, that would be so amazing, because just looking at you at a theater, and Preston, and we've all been talking about the excitement of getting back to the theater experience. It's just magical when you walk inside a movie theater.
For me, I've never learned anything about myself inside a classroom, never learned anything about myself inside a church. The most I've ever learned about myself is inside a place like this, man. Those of us who love cinema enter the darkness and see ourselves, find ourselves up on that screen. And so this theater being a place where, like, I went all throughout my youth, anytime a movie drops or a sequel happens or something, I'm like, oh my God, I saw the original there at that theater.
That's
and
amazing.
It influenced my entire life. So like last night, we kicked off the 4th annual Smodcastle Film Festival. My friend Ernie O'Donnell, who runs this place, has been doing the festival for like 4 years now. So we had Logic, my friend Logic, made a movie called Paradise Records that debuted at the Tribeca Film Festival 2-3 months ago. So we got to debut it here last night. And being involved in a festival, considering it was a festival that started my entire career, it feels right. Feels like part of the legacy. Like, you pass it forward, pay it forward, as they say. So still, I told the kids last night, man, I was like, those sitting in the audience and versus me standing on stage in front of that screen. And most of the audience is full of filmmakers who have films in the festival. And my point to them was like, the distance between where you're sitting right now in the audience and where I'm standing on stage and where your movies will play later this week, kids, is about maybe 5-6 feet. But we all know the chasm, the literal distance, how long it takes to get from that audience to that stage, but you've done it. At this point in your career, you used to sit in the darkness and wonder what it would be like if you were responsible for what's on screen. And this week, now it's all about you. So it's so lovely to be able to play a part in some other filmmaker's journeys.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Kevin, in that particular theater back in the day, did you? I don't know how many screens are there, but did you ever sneak into other theaters or stay, and then wait for another screening of the same movie twice and stuff like that? Oh yeah,
100%. Last year, I made a movie called The 4:30 Movie, which we shot here. Once we bought the theater, I was like, well, if we own a movie theater, let's make a movie in it. And so the 4:30 Movie takes place here, and it's all about that. It's about 3 kids who spend the day skipping from theater to theater. In this theater, when it went from a single screen to a 2-screener, it was right when Scarface came out.
Wow.
So I remember me and my friend John Kovac came to the movies here, and we paid to see a cartoon. But then we snuck down the hallway and went to see Scarface at age 13. So it's just the two of us in that back theater, the second theater, which when they opened it was everything in our world. Like, the rumors, like, there's going to be a second candy counter, man. Like, as if that was everything we'd ever need, is more concessions. So there we are in the back watching Scarface. My mom dropped us off. John Kovac's mom was picking us up. And John Kovac's mom, unlike my mom, responsible, shows up early. So she came into the theater to look for us, and we weren't in the cartoon theater. And so she wandered down the hallway to Scarface, just in time to walk in on Tony Montana's sister, half naked with a gun in her hand.
Oh, my God.
Hurling obscenities and asking him if he wanted to blank her and stuff.
Oh, God.
And Miss Kovac walks in just at that moment and then walks out like haunted. And John turns to me. He's like, we better go. I was like, it's almost over. And then the whole ride home, man, we got read the riot act. So that theater I call the Dottie Kovac Memorial Theater in honor of Mrs. Kovac. That's Theater 2 back there.
Kevin, you know what happened, and I did see the 4:30 movie, and it is captures that everything, that magic, and what you're saying so speaks to me, because family moments that I shared. You talk about your mom. My mom took me when my dad was too frightened to go see The Exorcist on a matinee. I was too young to see. Took me to see. My mom hung out and watched the original Rollerball with James Caan with me, because we thought we were going to sneak our way into an R-rated movie and couldn't. And so she dropped us off and she came back, watched this movie she would never watch. And so, my life is filled with those moments where everyone loved movies and understood how important those moments were. So, and you've always spoken to that. But that chasm you talk about, the thing that makes you so fantastic is that you've retained your initial love of being in the seats as well and not just creating the stuff on screen.
Absolutely. I went from being a fan to being a filmmaker. And anyone who becomes a filmmaker starts as a fan. You don't just like one day wake up and be like, I'm going to do a thing I've never seen before. You do it because you've seen it and love it. And you know the impact that it has had on your own life. There's two paths in this world, I always say, creation and destruction. And, destruction paths are always crowded because it's easy to tear things down and whatnot. The creation lane's wide open. You could drive for miles at top speeds because it requires you to give something of yourself. Not everyone's willing to do that, but those of us that sit in the darkness and see ourselves on the big black mirror, we find that calling. We hear that calling. Just like, remember, I saw here when I was a kid, the Muppet movie. I remember in this very theater. And so when Kermit is singing the Rainbow Connection and he has that line, have you been half asleep and have you heard voices? I've heard them calling my name. When I was a Catholic kid, I was like, oh, the frog is singing about Jesus.
Yeah.
But he wasn't singing about Jesus. He was singing about the muse of creativity, that thing, that reasonable amount of unreasonability that speaks to you in the back of your head that says, it's fun to watch this, but I bet you could do this thing as well. And so it becomes like a lifelong calling, a vocation, because it changed and improved my life. So you want to pass it on to others. So like the other night we were doing, we did 2 shows. It was my birthday last week. I turned 55.
Happy belated.
Thank you so much. So right here at Smodcastle, I did a shot of stand-up show. All my old material, put it on wax, and then we'll put it out in a couple months. And then the next night, I did a live show with my daughter, Harley, our podcast. And then afterwards, we watched Yoga Hosers. We had a screening of Yoga Hosers. 60 people paid $5 to watch Yoga Hosers. And so we're sitting here, and somebody had their kid with them. Like somebody brought a kid because it's my version of a kid's movie. However, in my versions of a kid's movie, I play multiple little sausage Nazi characters called Bratzies. And they're tiny, and they wear those pickle helmets from Germany, and they tend to enter the body through an orifice and whatnot. So, to me, it's a PG-13 romp, but there was a kid in the audience, a little girl who had to leave. Her mom took her out in the lobby and she seemed haunted, and she goes, that may be a little intense to her. And I was like, oh my God, it never occurred to me that most of the people who watch my movies are my age. This one we call the kids movie, but here's an actual kid watching it going, I'm horrified. So I was sitting there talking to the kid and I was like, did that scare you? She said, yeah. And I said, don't worry, I was that little guy. And she was looking, I said, they put makeup on me, watch. And I started doing the voice. I was like, Dippa! And her eyes went all wide. And so you don't want that kid's experience ruined, right? You don't want her going movie theaters. That's why I saw those sausage Nazi characters. So she was here with her mom. And I was like, you know what makes everything better in a movie theater? How about some candy? And I said, we took her to the concessions counter and I said, pick out anything you want.
Oh, that's
and the
great.
kid went nuts. And so I opened it for her and she started eating it. So that experience in the theater behind me wasn't religious for her, except in as much as she was crying out for the Lord's help because she was so scared. So, I didn't want that to be ruined. So I was like, that's not just the movie going experience. Yes, the movie's part of it, but it's about community. It's about eating. It's very much like church. This is where the faithful gather. Our prayers of those movies up there, our Eucharist is, concession stand and whatnot. There's a ritual here. And I didn't want that ritual killed for that kid because we don't get much in this life. But one of the simple joys we've always enjoyed, at least as long as I've been alive, is we could go to some foreign place that's not our house, sit down with a congregation of the faithful and be told stories that make us want to be better people. If that's not church, I don't know what is.
So you're speaking our language, especially currently. I think we've all felt a little swept up in not to use it's seeming like old times, at least in some way. I've had a number of great in the movie theater movie experiences. I've taken to bizarre times to go to the theater, because I definitely have certain parameters as far as, and I see your sign about not talking or texting or so on and so forth, because that takes you out of it. But I feel encouraged about where things can go. I have faith in the movie experience, the movie companies. Listen, there have been missteps. Maybe even the movies that are performing well may be underperforming, but I still feel a tide that is turning in favor of that for the exact reasons you just stated. So speak comfort to us. Do you think we're going to get back to that?
I think there's a time, of course, pre-COVID where you can release a Marvel movie and it was assured to make $1 billion. And now we live in a world where they released the Fantastic Four this summer. And it's going to top out at like 5 and change, which is a massive amount of money, but not quite where things were back before the pandemic. So as long as like the studios start realizing, okay, it's never going to go back to where it was, we should start adjusting our budgets accordingly, because based on like the revenue returns, there aren't as many post theatrical options as there used to be. The video market used to be huge, but now it's the streaming market, and they sell for pennies on the dollar after the theatrical run, and that window keeps getting smaller and smaller. So once the business side of it understands, okay, like the profits aren't going to be what they are, we have to adjust accordingly, they should be absolutely fine. But nobody ever worries about studios, right? At the end of the day, that's like worrying about the IRS going like, do they have enough money? What this means is it's an opportunity for everyone out there who's ever whimsied about like, man, like I sit there and watch movies all the time, I think I could do this sort of thing. Opportunity is created by the fact that like we don't get nearly as many movies in this theater as we used to back in the day, but we do have 5 screens here. It is technically a multiplex. So like this place, we make deals with independent filmmakers all the time who are like, I made a movie and I want to showcase it. I want to run it. So we're like, great, bring it here and whatnot. That time when studios are going like, there's not as much money involved as there used to be. And that probably slows them down a little bit as they look for alternative means of monetizing their art form. That means that those of you out there who are on the sidelines have an opportunity to get your stuff up on a screen. Like it sounds crazy, but now there's never been a better time for an outsider artist to gravitate toward an actual movie theater. Movie theater owners are so desperate to have you in there, to have you to have anything that will put asses in seats. They will make tremendous deals with you,
Kevin,
in as much as getting a movie up on the screen. Yes.
I remember clearly not even having a movie in mind and just going to the multiplex and like, what am I going to see? Let me take a look. I mean, and I saw some of the greatest movies I ever saw based on that. And sometimes they were small budget things, and sometimes, obviously, you were more aware of the big budget releases. But I'd love to see that come back, because that is the magic of it. And you never feel as good. I remember discovering this, and I was probably too young for the film, but it was a Burt Lancaster film called The Swimmer. And it's
very grown-up movie.
Very grown-up movie, but it caught me, and I'm like, I didn't go to see that, but okay, this movie was sold out. Let me try this movie. Those happy accidents that used to occur. So I would love to see a return to that. Let me ask you: you just did the Comic-Con, and did a number of panels. What can you report to us from what is coming up and how things are looking?
I did 2 panels on behalf, other than like, I do my annual Hall H panel. I did 2 panels for Disney. So I moderated the Predator Badlands panel and the Tron Ares panel.
Nice.
And so it was crazy. The Predator, both of them Disney movies, essentially. Predator is Fox, but Disney owns Fox. So I sat down with the Disney marketing folks, and they showed me the pre-show. Not just, I thought I'd be up there moderating a panel with the talent from the movies. But they were like, no, first with Predator, we're going to bring out the Predator King. He's going to come out speaking Yautja, the Predator language.
Wow.
And then he's going to look at the audience, and up on the giant screen, we're going to see Predator vision. And damn if they didn't do it. So he comes out in the beginning, and he's got this huge outfit. He's tall. He's like 7 foot tall with all the makeup and stuff. Predator King, big helmet. Comes out, looks at the crowd, and they use his heat vision from the movie. And so they do that on the crowd, and so the crowd sees themselves in the heat vision. Then he looks to his right where the moderator is going to be, and that's me. And you see me in heat vision, and I wave. And then he says some stuff in his native tongue and then leaves the stage. And so then, I get up to the microphone, and I was like, kids, I don't speak Yautja. the language of the predators, but I'm pretty sure he said something about the Epstein files. And everyone, laughs and stuff like that. And so then we get into the panel, and that movie is fantastic. Dan Trachtenberg, he directed the last Predator movie, Prey, which everybody loved. It was a real surprise. And he also did Killer of Killers, the cartoon that's on Hulu right now.
It's real good.
I loved that.
Yep.
That has the highest rating of any Predator ever, is the Killer of Killers animation, which they just updated while we were on the panel. So at the end, spoilers, when you watch it, there's 2 appearances by people who've been in previous older Predator movies that bode well for an animated future for the character. But Badlands is phenomenal. It's the story of a young predator who goes on his first hunt. So you actually spend time, normally the predator is this unknowing character.
Yeah.
This is a young predator who has to go out and prove his mettle on the world's deadliest planet. And Elle Fanning plays 2 roles. Absolutely wonderful movie, man. And then I also did the panel for Tron Ares, which is the next Tron movie. This one stars Jared Leto as the Tron Ares in question and stuff. So that panel had like 8 to 10 people who are in the movie. Aside from, of course, Jared Leto was there. Jeff Bridges, the dude himself, was there. So I got to say, in the world of Tron, the grid is everything. Everything comes off the grid. So I said to him, the grid abides, and he loved that.
Oh, that's great.
We had so many people up there, man. And so
just a quick question, if I may. So this is that world porting into the real world.
Yeah.
Yes,
and
which honestly, Disney keeps trying this Tron every 20 years and stuff. Since I was a kid, I saw the first Tron in this theater in 1982. Same summer that Star Trek Wrath of Khan comes out. A little independent feature called E.T. the Extraterrestrial came out as well. So in this version, this iteration, Tron moves into the real world. So the grid, the light cycles, all comes to our world, and you get to see how our world interacts with it. Like, honestly, of every Tron I've seen, like, this one has the best chance of connecting with the audience, aside from this huge cast. Like, now they've established ideas back in 1982 that every filmmaker of sci-fi movies has bitten from, including like The Matrix and stuff. So as I'm up there, like introducing people and doing the panel, before it begins, they introduce me to the cast. And, I say hi to everybody. And then somebody says, Jared would like to speak to you. We go outside. And so Jared was off by himself, Jared Leto. And I go outside and talk to Jared, who I've met like once or twice. I met him first time, I think, at like Suicide Squad premiere. And this dude is like a intense young lad in terms of actors, and unbelievably pretty. Like, I was standing in front of him, no work whatsoever, lost in those pools of his, he calls eyes, dude. And I knew this because I had to look at information before the panel.
Yeah.
But this dude is, I'm 6 to 8 months older than this dude. You would never know it, though, because I look like a broken down old man, and he looks like an 18-year-old god with like blue pools for eyes. So I got lost talking to him. And like everybody else, man, when I meet famous people, like, I get nervous and a little bit stupid. I forget what I'm talking about. So as he's sitting there, he's going, really, thank you for doing this, man. This is cool. And I said, hey, man, We Crashed, that thing that you did on Apple? Him and Anne Hathaway did a mini series called We Crashed about WeWork, and Adam Neumann and his wife, Rebecca Neumann. I said, bro, I watch that literally every other month, man. It fascinates me. If there was a Rocky Horror Picture Show for that, I would go to every, and he didn't quite understand if that was a compliment or not.
Yeah.
So while we were on stage, he was talking to Jeff Bridges. And so I made like this joke about, remember a couple of years ago, Morbius came out?
Yes.
That he was in, and the big catchphrase, everyone was like, it's Morbin time. And so while he was on stage talking to Bridges, and they were talking about what a good time they had together, I said, anytime you get together with Leto, man, it's Morbin time. And this is Jared Leto. So you guys are me. Here's Jared Leto. And I think I lost him right about there. I was like, I should have. I went too Morbin far, for heaven's sake. Tron Ares looks absolutely amazing. They spent so much money, dude. Like, on the screen, it was there, but even in the room, they had laser light show kicks off, and then all of a sudden, this portal literally opens inside the wall, and the red grid guards, come off the portal. Out of it into the main room. Whoa. And like when it was all done, I was like, kids, that cost more than Clerks. Like that alone was nuts.
Just that bit right there.
No, that's encouraging. Preston, that's your Tron's your jam.
Tron super fan, so I'm
The
excited.
kids are arriving for work.
Oh,
there you go. Yeah.
Nice.
Just walked right past you.
Yes.
I would
like,
pay a little more respect to the boss when I walk past.
They don't care. They don't know what I do, who I am. I'm just an old man who owns the movie theater. It's awesome. Like me and my friends own the place, but like Ernie, my friend, runs the place right now. So everyone answers to Ernie, and Ernie's the grown up. But the kids who work here are like literally kids, man. And so a lot of times they'll be behind the counter and they're on their phones and stuff. But I can't say anything because I made Clerks. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't go over there and be like, hey, get to work. They're like, your whole shtick is not working.
That's hilarious.
Wow.
You sunk yourself.
Oh my God.
That's great.
I have no boss am I.
Oh my God. Listen, Kev, we got to wrap up, dude. We got a couple other guests joining us, but I just want to reiterate, the fact that you're doing the screening tomorrow. It's going to be the AUG Center Cinema. It's a Dogma, amazing movie. Even if you've never seen it, go. And then the Q&A is post film, I assume. So 6 p.m. is when this starts, and then Kevin's going to come out and you can ask him questions, and he'll give you the rundown about the movie. It's you can go to oakscenter.net to get your tickets for that.
And this is Kevin Smith territory, so I know you're going to get a great turnout. But the movie, and then spending time with Kevin, hearing the great stories, that's worth the price of admission alone. So I bet you're going to have a great turnout, Kevin.
Means the absolute world. But kids, before I jump off, my cousin Butchie has been an MMR guy since I was a kid. First time I ever heard about your station, long before I ever met you guys in the real world when I was a kid, it was through him. He's in the hospital. He had a massive stroke. I just want to shout out to him. Yeah. He's pulling through. But Butch, this is me. This is Cousin Kev on WMMR. It's demanding that you get well soon.
Yes, yes. We're sending our love out to Butchie. You said
Butchie. Yeah,
okay,
Cousin
all
Butchie.
right.
All right, will do. All right, Kevin, great to see you, man. We love you,
Kids,
brother.
it means the world. Love talking to you guys.
Have a great
man.
weekend. We'll see you.
Have a great one.
Kevin
Bye.
Smith, guys. The absolute best. He is the best. I know we have to take a break.
Yeah.
I need to.
You have to.
I got to tell you guys a story real quick. Okay. So I texted everyone on the show yesterday, and I said, remind me tomorrow to tell you about something a guy said to me in a bar.
Right.
Okay. So yesterday, we had to take Carter's car into the shop, Piazza Subaru, which is nearby this restaurant that I've been to a couple times. And we were hungry, so we were going to grab a bite to eat. We're going to order online, go in, grab food, get out, go home, because our youngest was waiting home. We wanted to get some food for them, too. So it's called the Railroad Street Bar and Grill. It's in kind of the Limerick area. Nick, you know of it.
Yeah.
It's really well known in
Great
the area.
spot. I love it. Yeah.
They have they're well known for these car magnets. You see them all over the place. They do tons of different ones, and everybody drives around with them on. So it's a local haunt.
Okay. Is there a train car?
It's right there are train tracks right by there. So that's and I don't know if it's on Railroad Street, but anyway, they've also got they got like 10 pinball machines in there.
Oh wow!
So while I was waiting for our food, I played on the Pulp Fiction machine, and they have a Godfather machine, and it's a cool place, and I love pinball, so it was kind of cool. So we had ordered our food. We got there way early, and we had to wait like 15 minutes or so. So I played a couple games of pinball, and then we circulated over back by the bar to go get our food, and it wasn't quite ready yet, and so. A few people recognized me while they were there. Very nice. It's regulars. It's like the crew is hanging out.
Right.
And a couple of them recognized me.
And are you Norm for the?
I'm not Norm, not in any way, shape, or form. But I met Norm. I do not remember his name. Okay. But while I'm talking to these people, this guy turns around to me and he goes, "Hey." He goes, "You ever had anybody on your show that's banged an isotoner glove? Because I have."
Oh,
my God.
Wow. Okay.
And then he follows that up with, "And a stuffed animal and the mattresses between the bed."
What?
He led with the isotoner.
He just offered this up to me.
All right.
So he's on next week? Or?
I quote again, "Have you ever had anyone on the show that's banged an isotoner glove? Because I have." Yeah. I never in my life thought I would hear those series of words put together in that order, delivered in that way to me.
Well, that's your opening statement.
And I'm like, you have my attention.
Yeah.
You know?
I honestly, I think we need to book him.
His friends, one of his friends said to me, they were like, oh my God. They were like rolling their eyes and they go, you see that red pickup out in the parking lot? If you ever see that coming towards you, go the other way.
I thought you were going to say he's had sex with that pickup truck.
Yeah, the tailpipe, don't touch it. But it was the most odd statement I've ever heard just come out of the blue from anyone. I mean, and by the way, he thought I was Matt Cord. I was like, no, it's Matt's birthday, but I'll tell him you said happy birthday to him.
To be honest, that falls within our wheelhouse, that kind of stuff.
Totally.
But yes, to lead with that.
Yeah.
And this is kind of a family place? Or
It's
more like a pub?
Yeah, it's a bar. I mean, it's and they have really good food. Their specialties are grilled cheeses. They have like 20 different types of grilled cheeses.
Right.
I have the French dip grilled cheese, but it's a haunt. You would call it. You know,
right.
it's locals. It's filled with the gang from Cheers.
Well, you
like
could-
all the people hang out there
Right.
and they all know each other. There was another lovely woman that I met that was just a diehard fan, her and her friend, who doesn't know who I am because she only listens to country music, she told me. But I actually received a slight round of applause as we were leaving.
Stop it.
Oh, and by the way, Carter was standing right next to me, my son.
Wow.
When I heard about the Isotona glove.
Uh-huh.
This is what he threw at
And
me.
he's like taking notes. Okay, he's
Yeah.
throwing gloves.
Before you
stuff
leave,
down.
I went down on a zebra. What?
But it was so out of the blue. The first thing I thought was, I can't wait to tell the gang at work about it.
Well, it's a sweet little small town story.
You gotta shoot your shot, you know.
Yeah,
And
right?
so
Even if it's in a glove.
that's right. And he saw his opportunity with you, Preston, and he's like, maybe this is my foray into radio.
He even specified it was his mother's left-handed glove.
Okay.
Like he remembers it was a lefty.
Do you know-
And I go, are you a lefty? He said, no, that's why I used the left one.
Do you know
It's
he's
like,
expecting? That you're going to go, you sit right here.
Yeah.
I'm getting on the phone with my agent right now. I've got the act of the century. This guy pounds it into a glove.
Yeah.
You got to hire him.
It was,
All right.
It was an experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Huh.
No problem. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'm looking forward to having him on the
How
show.
was the sandwich?
But it was great.
Yeah?
It's excellent. And by the way, he and his crew.
Has he ever done a cheese sandwich?
He and his crew are there on Thursdays.
right.
Stop by and see him.
All right.
That's
Bring a glove.
That's what they told me.
Oh, my God.
But they have a great selection of bourbons and food and beers. You just pulled up the beer menu there, Nick.
I mean, you know what he wants for Christmas every year.
Yeah, Isotona
Yeah,
glove.
right?
Yeah.
Protect the hands and protect you, man.
That's right. Dan Marino's all in.
But maybe our friends at Railroad Street will stock the No Sad Brew from 2SP.
That would be
Selling it over
tremendous.
there. We'll
Yeah,
see.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know, but that is now available because we made that announcement this morning. Wow. So I thought you guys would appreciate
That
it.
was a moment in
What do you
time.
say, Case?
They have a 2SP. They have the Up and Out on tap
Excellent.
right now.
Yeah, we're looking at their list of beers. So, yeah, they could have the No Sad Brew, which will be out on August 22nd. And by the way, if you want to try this when it is revealed, Steve is going to be doing an appearance there on August 22nd, Friday, August 22nd, 5 to 7 p.m. at 2SP in Aston, their brewery. And you can stop by and try it for the first time. There's going to be prizes. They've got Phillies tickets and cases of No Sad Brew that'll be given away.
So it'll be your first time to try No Sad Brew. Also, they're kind of, because it's sort of a nostalgic night, they're rolling back prices and they're bringing out some of their the favorite brews from years gone by. It's going to be a great time. As I said, I'm going to be there from 5 to 7, and I'd love you to come out. I'm going to be reminding you in the ensuing days.
Yeah. And then they're going to be having their 10-year anniversary the next day on the 23rd, and from noon to 8, they're going to have live music, food, beer, kids activities, and there's going to be a 2SP limited WMMR Camp Out limited release 2SP WMMR Camp Cup visit Camp Cup as well, and you can visit 2SP Brewing at 2SPbrewing.com for the details. So want to get that out there. All right, we got to take ourselves a break. When we come back, a good friend, Mr. Bill Bellamy, will be on the show, and then we're going to segue right from Bill Bellamy into Michael freaking McDonald this morning. So a bunch left to go. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Stay tied.
We had no idea. So we ended up paying $80 for 2 drinks.
I mean, I've already told the story on the air before, but the when I had that, we were in that suite at the Eagles game, and I ordered wings.
Yeah.
And what I didn't know is I was basically ordering catering wings. And not only that, but like beers. I mean, we had so much beer. We were handing it out.
Three.
That was a mistake, though.
Servings or whatever it was.
Yeah, that is a mistake. And what I'm curious about is if you do make a mistake like that, and it is a legitimate mistake, and before, say it comes and you're like, oh, I didn't know. I am sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Will they sometimes go,
well,
so
even so it was a mistake, but not only that, but the menu had prices on it, but even the prices were kind of written in a way that it made it look like it wasn't $500. You know what I mean? It was like, it was like $5 wings or something.
What was the final bill?
It was over $1,000.
Yeah, Casey had ordered off the catering menu.
I mean, they brought out, because I had ordered 2 orders of wings, and they were like, well, why don't we just bring out 1 order? They said
$1,000. Yeah. Wow, 2 orders.
And did you
that hasn't happened here in 5 or 6 years. We haven't seen anybody.
Well, so that's the thing. They were like, why don't we bring out 1 orders, and if you need any more, we can bring out more, because there was only 5 of us in this entire suite. I was like, okay, yeah, that's fine. And when they brought out that 1 order of wings, and it was in a giant chafing dish, I was like, oh, yeah, we don't need all of these. And then they're bringing out, when we ordered like a beer, they brought out a bucket of beer.
Did you pay the bill?
So we were able to talk them down a little bit, and so the manager had to come out, and I said, listen, the way this is written on the menu, it makes it, I thought this was $10.
Put your mother on the phone.
Preston, so the name of this place in Mykonos is called the DK Oyster Bar.
Yes.
And I brought up, and you mentioned in the B file, the people go to TripAdvisor to rip on this place. They do. And so I want you, Preston, to just read these as I scroll through. All
right, the top
reviews.
one is the one from the story I just recounted. Here's another one. A scam waiting to happen on the unsuspecting masses of vacationers heading their way. The waiters tried selling us food. Each kept giving us different prices. We kept to drinks after hearing about the bad reviews. Another one says, I went to this place on a family vacation and was left horrified and ripped off. Asked several times for the prices. The waiters kept telling me it was cheap and not to worry. The bill was over 400 euros for a couple of badly made drinks.
I mean, it's 1 star after 1 star after 1 star. I feel robbed.
So that's the scam.
Are extremely intimidating, especially when questioning the bill. These people are a bunch of scam artists. I really wish I read more reviews before coming here. Wow. This one says, we were lured to dine at their restaurant by friendly, pushy waiters offering us comfort in the sun.
Oh, so this is a full-on scam.
Yeah, we were then pushed into ordering food from menus without prices, but the waiters seemed so energetic, smiling, impatient that we felt obliged not to be a nuisance. Long story short, we, a family of 6, paid almost as much for this one meal of our vacation as we did the entire hotel stay of 5 days.
Jesus.
And I can't see how the prices they charge are warranted. I'll never be coaxed off of the beach again into any establishment without reading the reviews first.
Anytime somebody's like forceful like that,
Yes.
something's
I don't like
happen.
that approach. I hate that approach. I never get suckered in on that crap.
My sister and I went to Paris. I was only 18 years old, and she was she's 4 years older than me, and there were high pressure people on the street, trying to get you into places,
into these various places. Yeah.
One of them was live sex on stage. I kid you not, it was in the red light district. Live sex on stage, and I go, dude, and this guy spoke English, and he thought, oh, you guys are Americans. Wow. So he really started giving us the hard sell, and I go, dude, it's my sister. I'm not
no thanks.
going to come on, man. You just come on in.
This is a good way to bond with your sister. You watch a 69 on stage. Or Swiss Nerf.
Las Ramblas in Barcelona is a little bit like that, where they're coaxing you into the different restaurants and stuff like that. But I ordered, if you go to a good restaurant or not, a place that's not going to scam you, I ordered a bottle of champagne, and the guy, the price wasn't on the menu, or, one of those. And
be leery when there's no price that you can see written down.
But a lot of times they don't list the prices, and I had it before, and it wasn't like some astronomical bottle. But the guy came over and he said, I just want to let you know. This whatever version of what it was like $400. He said, so I just want to make sure you know what you're ordering. That's what a good restaurant's going to do. And that's when I was like, okay, no, thank you. I thought it was the regular bottle.
Then did you go, did you look like I can? Do I look like I can't afford a $400 bottle of wine?
I must look like some sort of hooker.
No, I was
Casey-
like, you're right. I'm not paying $400 for a bottle of
Right.
champagne.
Casey, when they brought out the $1,000 plus, did you say, how much without the buffalo sauce?
Well, here, going to Casey's story, Jessica has one similar. Hi, Jessica. Good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to tell Casey, like, don't stress out because I did the same thing. We went to Disney on Ice a couple of years ago, and we had 5 kids with us, and we were like, oh, can we get 5 orders of chicken tenders, 5 orders of French fries? And they brought back 5 like chafing dishes of chicken tenders and French fries.
Oh my God.
And they like gave me a bill for like $1,600.
Yeah. Crazy, right?
I like almost jumped out of the balcony.
But like, Jessica, let me ask you, were there enough people in that suite to finish even one of those orders of chicken fingers?
There was like 7 of us.
Yeah.
And my oldest at the time was like 7 years old. I had like 4 little kids.
The fact that you, listen.
Same exact thing.
You know, but I mean, is there a listing for an individual serving of chicken?
No,
no,
there's
but
like a little paper menu on the thing, and it's like there's no prices, and it's like chicken tenders, French fries, fried shrimp, whatever.
So
I'm like, oh, let me get 5 orders. And at first they brought out like 1 chafing dish of French fries and 1 of chicken nuggets, and I was like, well, that makes sense. Like for room, they just put it all in one big tray, whatever.
Right.
And then they came back like 4 more times.
Oh, my
And I was
God.
like, what is going on? Like, this is like we paid like $1,000 for this like suite for Disney on Ice to begin with. And they were like, oh no, like this is all you ordered. And I was like, oh, well, then we have a problem.
Yeah, we have a major problem. And that's why, like,
Like,
you
I
know,
don't
this
have
is the norm for them.
$1,700.
That's the thing. For these, you know, the servers, that's the norm. You know, so.
Well, they're used to providing food for a suite. However, if there's 7 people, like with Jessica's situation, and one of them is a kid, and you says, "Are you sure you want 250,000 chicken fingers?"
Yeah, you have to explain. This
Yeah.
is an entire
Right.
dish that you're
Chafing
ordering.
dish.
Do you like even with yours, Casey?
Yeah.
They should have explained to you, like her saying, "Okay, let's start off with 1." Well, you didn't know what that meant. Like there should be. Hey, are you?
All right,
You
so that's
understand that there's
250,000 fingers and 51,000 French fries.
Jessica,
Like,
did you
wedding
get Jessica? Did you get the money thing worked out with them?
I cried and cried and cried and cried, and they like took 4 of them off because we didn't touch them, and I refused to touch them. But it was still like $200 in chicken nuggets and French fries.
Oh my God!
4 little kids,
Especially when
4
you
little kids.
you went the extra mile to get the thing and take the kids to see Disney on Ice, which I'm sure you were riveted by.
You get a week's worth of chicken fingers to take home with you.
Right.
Yeah, but like the thing is, you also you feel like an idiot. You know what I mean? Like
You do.
How did
You
I
feel
not
embarrassed.
know?
Yeah.
You feel embarrassed.
Yeah.
You feel like, and listen, all the time there, like whenever I encounter the people, the wait staff, they're awesome. Like
Right.
they'll hook you up and they'll take care of you. But there should be perhaps a little bit better delineation between an individual, if they even offer an individual size,
Thanks, Jessica.
and a chafing dish.
So I had something similar, and I don't want to say like where I was, but you know, I went in to have a service done, and I was expecting one price, right? So I went in, and so I ended up getting quoted this price that was basically 3 times as much as I had anticipated,
right?
And I was so embarrassed that I couldn't pay it.
Yeah.
That I was like, okay, well, hang on to, and so they still have my stuff.
I will use my mouth on you.
But I was like, okay, all
Did
right.
they do the service?
So there were 3 things that I needed serviced. I asked for them to service the cheapest one of the 3. I go, okay, hang on to everything, and then when I come back and pick this up, I will.
Why don't you just go get it and say no thanks?
Well, so I ended up sending an email to somebody else, because I dealt with somebody online. The person that I dealt with at the store was different. So then when I went home, I finally got the balls to go, I can't pay this. Like, I don't want, And so I emailed the person. I'm like, listen, this is what I thought was, and I was too embarrassed to say something and just walk away with my product.
You should have sent them a note like written in crayon. This is my house. I cannot afford this.
But I was and that's what it really boiled down to, was just me being too embarrassed to say, it's too
Do you think they were
expensive for
being?
me.
Do you think they were being predatory to you? Do you
No,
think they were,
no.
Okay, you just got confused.
I just got
All right.
confused, and I didn't know, going into it. You know, the other problem is like when you want to find out how much something costs, like the internet doesn't really help you with that sort of stuff. You're like, how much should this cost? And then the internet's like, well,
we don't know.
We don't know.
You know where this happens actually a lot is the nail salon. So I was sitting in a nail salon and I watched them. Do you want this new type of manicure? And the girl was like, okay, well, what is it? And there's a little bit of a language barrier. So they do their best to explain it to her. And she's like, all right, yeah, that sounds fine. Great. Comes with a little extra massage, whatever it was. And I was still there when she checked out. And it was a $200 manicure she got.
Well,
She goes, what do you mean $200? And they were like, well, we did whatever the nail polish was and this and that. And she was like, absolutely not. She goes, it took you the same amount of time to do my nails as if I were to get a regular manicure. If it was a 3-hour-long manicure and there was more time that went into it, but what
was their reaction?
She refused to pay it. She said, I am not paying this. She said, you can call the cops. You can do what you want. I am not paying you for this. And they did eventually just charge her what she would have normally paid when she, went in there on a normal basis to get a regular manicure.
I also, I just got a text. I was reminded, same thing happened with dog grooming. And so
dog grooming's expensive.
Well, and I know
if you
that.
don't know that.
And I know that, and I know going in, but I'd gone in the last time, and my dogs were a little hairier, a little bit more matted.
Like their butt hair removed as well, please?
Steve, these guys charge me hundreds of dollars.
Really?
More than what I'm used to paying. They charged me a matting fee, and they just shaved it off.
3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. Our next guest, we love having here every single time. He's in town for a couple of shows this weekend at City Winery, Saturday 6 and 9:30, Sunday 5 and 8:30. You can get tickets at citywinery.com. He is just a joy to be around. Mr. Bill Bellamy is here.
Thank you, man. You guys are my brothers, man. I'm gonna tell you something. I adopted y'all. White people usually adopt us. I'm adopting y'all.
Oh, wow.
You know what I mean? We're gonna reverse this thing.
I love that.
Because you're good kids. You're good kids. You look like you're gonna make something out of yourself.
We got our heads on straight.
Got your head on straight.
We got you. Crack a few books now and then.
Come on, man. You gotta adopt these guys. You guys are amazing. How you been?
Good, real good, man.
It's so good to see you, man.
Yeah, you too. How's your life been?
Oh, man, my life has been amazing, bro. Since the last time I came on your show, I went to Africa.
Oh, no kidding.
Wow.
First time? Or?
Yeah, it was my first time going to Africa, and I'm going to take my time going back. It was a lot of stuff on that safari that was very scary.
Like what?
Yeah, everything. Yo, because when you go on the safari, you just think it's regular. Like, you're like, oh, man, I'm going to see a few animals. Yo, man, it's like hippos can move. I didn't know that. Hippos are fast.
Hippos
they
kill.
don't really want to be bothered with. They were chasing us. I saw a couple lions get busy, take care of some situations.
Wait, did you actually, were you on one of those river boats that got chased? I mean,
he came out the water. Like, we were like too close, or maybe to one of the little babies.
Holy hell.
You saw the little eyes, and then you like, is that a submarine? No, that's a hippo.
Man.
And they can move,
They
man.
can, especially in water. They can haul ass. And like Steve was about to say, I think they kill more people in Africa than any other animal.
Yeah. And I just, and then the leopards was crazy too. The leopards were, there was a mating. No, it wasn't a mating situation. They were marking territory.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So 2 males. So basically, leopards mark their territory to be like a 10-mile radius. And so there was another leopard that came in his world, and all night you heard, yo, my man, don't come over here. Yo, my man, I don't know where you from, but you heard,
Huh.
Oh, that's that sound.
Bro.
Yes.
Yo, just tell him you don't want to go over there, Larry.
Now, any like nature documentary that you see in Africa, you'll always see a predator taking out prey. Did you see any of that live?
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. I saw a lion. I saw a lion just completely obliterate an impala. I saw 2 zebras fight, and they kick each other. Literally kick the dookie out of you.
Really?
That's what they do. They bite and they kick. And literally, they get the position. They know where to kick the other one to hurt him.
Yeah.
And then he was just like, oh, man. Uh-oh. He was just laying there.
Kick your friggin' stripes off.
Yeah, he kicked the stripes off of him, right? And then the crazy part, here's nature. The hyenas is like, yo, my man's down.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Hey, man, a zebra too. Hyenas is like Chick-fil-A.
See, I love watching some like nature videos that have people voicing the animals. I love that stuff.
Yo, I do too. It's just so different. Like when you're there and you hear the real sounds. You know,
you're there where they live. It is a wholly different thing.
You're on a reserve.
Yeah.
Like it's a big deal. It's a real big deal. People travel from all over the world. But what you really do understand after a safari is the hierarchy of nature and how things, you know, you can have a bad day, bro. You going to get some water, you might not come back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because it's just what it is. It's like the lions are chilling. They're like, whoever come to the water and hold the day is going down.
Yeah.
How long was the trip for you?
14 days.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
When I
good
came
stay.
back, I was African.
Where in
Is that
Africa
how it
was
works?
it?
Yeah.
Where was the
No,
safari?
you just adopted. I went to Botswana. I went to Johannesburg. I went to Cape Town. I went to Sabi Sands.
Oh, you went all over.
So I did like wine country, safari, city. Like I tried to, boom, boom, boom.
Did you make it into gorilla territory?
No. I would have to go in another area because I would want to do that too. Well, you can't because Africa is so big.
Yeah.
The thing about Africa is it's like, I don't know, maybe 10 times bigger than the United States.
I went there once, and I flew from Dulles Airport to Amsterdam, and then Amsterdam to Tanzania. And one of the things that I remember about the flight from Amsterdam to Tanzania is crossing the Sahara because I fell asleep, I took a nap, and like 3 hours, I woke up from the nap. We were still crossing the Sahara. I mean, that's how massive, and that's just the north part of the continent. Yeah,
bro, you're flying literally like this is no joke. I'm not exaggerating. One flight was 16 hours in the air. Like, where are we? How much gas do we have, bro?
Yeah.
And the heat, too. The heat is different, too.
Okay.
So you wouldn't make it. You look like you burn.
I do. And that would be bad.
Preston looks like he gets a little crispy.
I'll tell you what. When my
super sunblock.
My wife did it, and she did the went on a safari, and her and her friend went. So you go to where the gorillas are, but you're still looking at another like 3.5, 4 hour hike to get to them it's
in their natural environment.
In their natural environment. I mean, but
are they? What was it like? Are they actually more gentle than we?
They're very gentle.
Okay.
But the one thing you do is you like when the big like males are there, you just have to. And there's pictures of my wife doing. You get very submissive and you kind of let them walk around you, and that's what you do.
But this is what I understand. Maybe you can help me because you've been white a long time. How is it that white people have such good confidence with animals? No other race feels the need to save a whale but white people. No other race will comfort and learn them and sit down. I'm going to be submissive. This guy is 900 pounds of power. He could crush me, but I'm going to let him hug me. What school do you go? So how did you learn that if I sit here in his environment, he's going to be nice to me?
Yeah, somebody had to learn that.
Somebody had to learn that.
You're right.
And somebody got it wrong once. This polar bear will accept me.
Yo.
And in fact, I was hearing that polar bears are one of the few animals on Earth that consider humans prey.
Oh, geez.
Oh, they like us. We're snacks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably because we taste different.
Bill, I pull up on your Instagram some of the trip in South Africa. You guys are dressed for like winter when you were there.
Yeah, it was cold.
Yeah.
Was it?
It was very, very. It was chilly. It was chilly in the morning and super hot. Like it was the weird dynamic.
Were you safari glamping it, or were you?
Nah. We did not glamp. We was kind of.
You were doing the real deal.
Yeah,
Wow.
it was real. And here's the thing. Let me show you how real it was. You could not come out your room at night.
Yeah.
No?
I believe it.
We're looking at your footage. It's amazing.
Dude, look, that thing right there.
It's a rhino.
Can move.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, see, he was like, not today. I won't take no pictures. And I was doing all my voiceovers. hey, look, man, take your kids out of here. But the elephants were really, really gentle and very strong. Like, I didn't know how strong their tusk is. They can like take a tree. Like I literally witnessed, pull a tree out the ground like a French fry and just eat it like. He just because the bottom of the tree is all the nutrients. And stuff. Yeah.
So they go. For
those
the
are the hippos right there. That was the one that chased us. I didn't get because I was too scared.
Yeah, no, dude, you want to live,
man.
Screw the pictures.
So he was telling us right there. I'm gonna give you 15 seconds. to get out of here, or me and my wife gonna come over there.
So, Bill, obviously, this is a bucket list trip. Is there anywhere else in the world that you got to make
Those
it
are
to at some point?
the wild African dogs. They're amazing. They're
oh wow.
They can travel 20 to 30 miles in a day looking for food. Like they stay together. They're like
a pack
animals.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's astonishing
Go ahead. What were you going to ask?
I was just saying, if obviously Africa was a bucket list.
Yes, sir.
For you, is there anywhere else in the world?
Yeah, I want to do
the
my next big bucket list trip. I want to do like the Swiss Alps thing.
Okay.
Like I want to. There's like this train thing.
Yeah.
And then you can go skiing, and it looks like James Bond.
Yeah. On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Yeah. I want to do that trip.
So when we did get to do that.
You did it?
Yeah, and we don't ski, but going in those areas was amazing.
Did it look like?
It looks
as magnificent as I'm imagining? Because I've seen snapshots in movies.
It does.
It does.
It's sometimes you get to a place and you're like, oh. But like a couple of times in life, you visit places and Ireland is green, the Swiss Alps amazing, and because that's what you want. You want it to deliver on what because we've seen so many images.
What do you do? Like when you go to the Swiss Alps, are you like what is it? Is there towns?
There are tours, there are trams, there are elevated restaurants and attractions, and they have those, I forget what they call them, the mountain lifts.
Mountain lifts, yeah.
But you're doing a lot. What you do find out is wherever I was driving, wherever they tell you you're going, it's right there. Yes, but there are 4 mountains so nothing is
close.
as the crow flies.
Oh my
God! In and around and in and around. It takes forever, but it is amazing.
The other place that I think people would love to go, if you can, go to Italy.
Yeah.
You haven't been to Italy in all that time?
No, I've been to Italy.
Okay.
But the reason I was going to say that is it is so beautiful and so old. Like they didn't change anything. It makes you realize that America we kind of new.
Yeah.
You go to Italy, everything is old, and it's still there, and you're like, oh my God, it's all the same staircase.
From 200. From the year 200.
From 200 BC.
Yeah.
And the roads are rickety.
Yeah.
Like and the Italian guys, buongiorno, they're flying.
Yeah.
Buongiorno, they're running, wow.
Yeah, that's on the list.
And the roads are very narrow.
Okay.
What was
it's because they're so old, yeah.
What was more impressive of all these places, Africa or the MTV Beach House?
Oh wow, you can't even compare. One was like exploration. The other one was just pure joy. Like MTV Beach House was like having the best summer ever. All your friends are there. You got the best DJs. All people are popping by, and that's the energy that I felt like people was watching were going like, "Oh my God, I want to go to that beach house."
Yeah,
and we didn't have Instagram and all the crazy stuff, so we could make
you in trouble. Yeah,
there's a question. I'm glad you brought up MTV because it might have been just yesterday. I was thumbing through Instagram, and there was a guy, a black guy about my age, maybe a little bit younger, early 50s probably, and and there was a picture behind him of Kurt Loder. And he was just going on and on and on. Did you see it?
I saw this reel. Yeah, talking about how important it was when Kurt Loder came on.
When you saw Kurt Loder, how important it was, he was just loading praise on Kurt Loder.
Kurt Loder, it was our first version of cool news.
Yeah.
Because he didn't come across like the typical news guy. He came across like, I am the coolest guy that knows everything in pop culture.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so did Matt Penfield to me.
Yeah.
I just ran into my guy on a flight here, Andy Schoen. We came up together at the time. He was one of our executives, right? He was one of the guys that signed me when I got on MTV, right? And we were just talking about Matt Penfield. He was the first Chad GPT.
Yeah. we thought we were going to lose him.
Because he was really sick.
Yeah, but he's back.
And he bounced back perfect.
Yeah.
And I remember, man, man, Matt Penfield befriended me. We're both from Jersey. And he was like, Bellamy, man, I'm telling you, the best thing to do about this thing is to know the music, bro.
Yeah.
Like, study the music like it's an exam and, learn the artist inside and out so when you're talking to them, it's going to come like natural, bro. I promise you. He's like, I'd be like, man, when did that band? It was 1986.
Yeah, he knows the whole encyclopedia, yeah.
I was curious as to how often you guys, the on-air personalities, would see each other or hang out. I would guess that it wasn't that much because you're all in different schedules, right?
Yes and no. Well, some of us, like, I didn't hang out with Cindy Crawford that much. Like, she would come in, do her shoots, and knock everything out because she was House of Style. So we only saw her, a little bit.
That's how, Dennis Leary got his start, was because of his infatuation.
Cindy Crawford.
Yeah.
So Jon Stewart was on MTV. Adam Sandler was on MTV.
Yeah.
Colin Quinn. Like, think about, at this time, if you got that job, you were going to become a name immediately.
Yes.
Because people were watching it for whatever reason, But we would hang out, like me, Daisy Fuentes, me and Kennedy are still friends. Like, we just bonded.
How's Kennedy doing?
She's doing good, man.
Yeah.
She's got kids. She's
Good for her.
doing something for Fox still.
Fox Business,
Did you know Duff? Karen Duffy?
Karen Duffy,
Yeah.
Martha Stewart,
Yeah.
not Martha Stewart,
Martha Quinn.
Cameron Stewart.
Cameron Stewart.
It's Karen.
Martha Quinn.
Wait, I'm mixing it up. It's Martha Quinn.
Yes.
And then it's something Stewart.
Okay.
It's Karen Stewart. I
Okay.
think I'm right.
All right.
Okay.
And we just lost Ananda.
Really?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. She was beautiful.
Saw that story.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Man, she had stage 4 cancer, bro.
It was, and in fact, before she became
an advocate for it
for breast cancer.
Yeah,
is what she had.
and it was the weirdest thing. I went to her memorial, and she did everything ahead of time, so she was talking to us.
Oh wow!
At the memorial, so it was so surreal because it's almost like she's still there, but. She did everything the way she wanted to do it. She addressed us. They did like a really nice presentation about advocacy for breast cancer, early prevention. She said who she loved and everything. It was really beautiful.
That's pretty amazing.
And she was sending that message as she had said that basically she didn't take what was going on with her seriously enough in the beginning, and so she's leaving that behind.
Yes,
for people to please
take care of themselves,
take care of yourself, and get checked out.
Do you get checked out?
I do. We all
look like you care about yourself. Preston.
We all have the same doctor, and
Do you do everything?
Colonoscopies, all that, every bit of it. Yeah.
Your cholesterol levels,
all that stuff.
Because when you come to Philly, you eat good.
Yes, you do.
Y'all food is
Are you?
amazing.
You love this city for the food?
Oh my God, I love it.
Well, listen, I want to switch gears for a moment.
Go ahead.
Because if you're just tuning in, Bill Bellamy is joining us. He's going to be at City Winery Saturday and Sunday. And Bill obviously knows his way around the music world with his years on MTV. And when we mentioned we were going to have another special guest on this morning,
oh my God,
we said, hey, Bill, do you mind if we jump in the middle of your interview and talk to this gentleman? And Casey, what did Bill say?
I can't say it on the radio.
Let's say he's very excited.
Very excited.
And so we've got him on the line with us, and he and his band, the Doobie Brothers,
oh my God,
are going to be playing next week, Freedom Orchard Pavilion on Wednesday. It's the Walk This Road tour. The guys have gotten back together, Tom Johnston, Patrick Simmons, John McPhee. We spoke to Tom a couple of weeks ago, which was great. But I'm very excited to welcome to the program this morning, ladies and gentlemen, Michael McDonald.
Michael!
Hey, Michael. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're doing good. Bill's really excited
Mike,
to have you on.
love you, man.
Hey, Mike, listen, first I want to tell you, I read your book, which I absolutely love, What a Fool Believes. And I'll just share this with you. We have a connection because I grew up in the St. Louis area. And so it was great to read about all the locations and things that you mentioned. I just want to tell you that the Bob Cuban Orchestra played my high school prom.
No way.
Yeah, Bob was a local. For those who don't know, Bob was a local. He had a hit back in the day.
All right.
A one-hit wonder. But did you ever play with that group, Michael, or interact with them?
Yeah, well, I knew, didn't know them that well. I knew Bob, but I used to go see him all the time. Little Walter was a singer, and Walter Scott, and a lot of the guys wound up being in bands that guys I had played with. We were like the next generation underneath those guys. We came up a little behind them, and I was in a band that would have been considered kind of the minor leagues to those guys, which was a band called Jerry J and the Sheratons, and we used to play a lot of the same kind of debutante parties, proms, all the gigs that you tried to get when you're, a upcoming band in the St. Louis area,
Hey,
Club Burial,
When you were cutting your teeth in that era, what were your expectations for your career? Did you have realistic expectations, or did you have the dream that you would go the distance and make the big time?
It's hard to say. I think you always had that dream in the back of your mind that someday you might make records and do the whole 9 yards. But even you would know it at a younger age that it's at this stage a fantasy. Our real concern was getting the gigs that the radio stations sponsored, locally, and get on that level of playing, playing the food court somewhere, EJ Corvette or something. Those are the sweet gigs, yeah.
So you have the new album, which we were talking to Tom about, Walk This Road. And so the album then, this tour arises. And, was that the original perception that we'll do this album and then we'll do the tour? Or, you get back to people who are essentially have been friends of yours forever, and it can go one of two ways. And was there sort of the reigniting of a match that's like, yeah, this feels good, this feels comfortable, we need to keep this going?
We had talked about it over the years from time to time. I would sit in with the guys on gigs, special events or something. Sometimes corporate gigs where they requested to have the band with myself in it, but we remained friends through the years. We became good friends doing it and never stopped being friends. Pat and I were neighbors for a while. We're not lived too far from each other, and our kids all grew up together. And so even when we weren't necessarily doing a good job of staying in touch with each other, a lot of times the kids would, they would, as we came into the world of social media, they would keep in touch with each other. And Pat was living in Hawaii at the time, and Amy and I had a place over there. We'd go with the kids, and so whenever we were there, we spent a lot of time with them. And it came up from time to time, and I always wanted to do it. I always felt like I missed the Doobie Songbook. I missed playing those songs.
Let me tell you something, and this is one of those things where it's kind of a moment. Recently I've when you guys appeared on Colbert, and you sometimes I'm going to go see this band. I haven't seen them in a while, and they kind of look good. They were a little bit off. You guys sound so friggin' good, and the new album sounds so friggin' good. And guess what? It's a Doobie Brothers album. It sounds it's exactly what you want. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You artists that you've loved throughout your life. There's a bit of a fall off, but you guys have managed to maintain optimum levels. Are you even shocked at how good you sound at this point?
That's awesome.
Well, we never know what that, we've always been kind of took a raw approach to this thing, probably what we like is so much better than what we can do. So, and that was one thing I always enjoyed about being, active with the guys is we would constantly introduce each other to stuff that, you listen to and you go, well, we could never do that. And so, you try not to fall into despair, but, we've always enjoyed, groups that were, we felt were much better than us, but kind of gave us something to aspire to, right. It's, the guys, I look at it from my perspective of sitting over in the corner on keyboards, and I'm always kind of amazed at the energy and that Pat and Tommy especially have, on stage. When Tom's not with us, there's a big lack of energy for us. We still play pretty good. Well, we play great. I think, but it's really great having Tommy back up there with us because he's kind of leads the charge. And,
the point
in a way that the rest of us kind of pass it around. But and Pat was always kind of the pragmatic leader of the band in a way. He's kind of like the brains of the outfit, and thank God he was around when Tom wasn't. But on stage, Tommy just has a certain energy that is really palpable, and I always enjoy that configuration. When we're out there playing. Yeah.
Michael, I wanted to put something on your radar real quick and just to, explain the influence that you've had. So there's a former coworker of ours, his name is Kyle Mack, and it's been about over a year in the working probably. He put together a tribute group called Minute by Minute, the Music of Michael McDonald. And they're like snap. A 10-piece band, horns, the whole thing. I'm going to play you just a short little teaser they did yesterday for a show they have coming up this weekend. This is just audio of them from their social media. So the audio is not that great, but listen to this real quick.
Hey, what's up? It's Kyle, Justin, and Kelly from Minute by Minute by Minute by Minute. Yeah! We're so excited to see you this Saturday at the Lock Haven Jams Fest.
And they're doing all songs that you contributed to. So with the Doobies, with Steely Dan, your solo work, and this is what really blew me away, is they're doing I'll Wait from Van Halen, and that's how I found out that you had a hand in the songwriting for that particular tune. But I'm going to ask you about the Van Halen thing in a moment. Are you aware of any tribute groups to you specifically?
Well, we were thinking, at some point with the way, we've been touring for a long time, and we wondered if we might make more money if we went out as a Doobie Brothers tribute band. Pretty well.
These guys are great. They're made up of local people from different bands that kind of got picked to be a part of this project.
They're rabid fans.
Yeah, they're big fans. So that's got to feel pretty cool.
No, it's wonderful. It really is. It's. I guess a lot of us never really thought that we would be mentioned in. Or thought of in that way, as something iconic from the 80s or the 70s. And I was already old in the 80s, so.
So I'll Wait from Van Halen. What's the story behind that?
That I got pulled into that by Ted Templeman, our producer, Doobie's producer, and he was producing Van Halen at the time. And they had a track that basically didn't have any melody or lyrics, and they were, kind of stymied with it. They didn't really know what to do with it. And so Ted said, well, let me run it by Mike and see if he can come up with anything. So he gave me the track. It was the synth that Eddie played and the drums and a bass and not much more than that. And so I got together with David Lee Roth and we wrote the lyric and, the melody to it. And the rest was, probably that one track for me was probably the most money I made that year.
Wow.
Songwriting.
Was Dave interesting to work with?
Yeah, kind of.
Kind of. I mean, he's a unique guy.
Yeah. On a Wednesday.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but no, it was a lot of fun for me, and I did that a couple times for Ted. He was nice enough to pull me in on projects like Cheap Trick and stuff, and I always enjoyed doing that. I've enjoyed being a songwriter, and it's one of those things that I if I'm not careful, I'll stop doing. It wasn't long ago before this album I thought, do I even still know how to do that? You know, I mean. It's usually somebody else who kind of pulls me into a project that gets me going again, and I'm always glad that happens.
There are so many projects over the years that we could ask you about, but I wanted to ask you about Sweet Freedom and Running Scared, because my now wife and I fell in love in part. One of the first movies we ever watched together was Running Scared. Billy Crystal and Gregory Hines were incredible in it, and you do the video with those guys, and that song ended up on our wedding mix, and it was just because of how much she loved you. I'd never seen it before until we ended up watching it together, and then the video that you guys did together, the three of you, was hilarious. Do you have any fond memories of doing that with Billy Crystal and Gregory Hines?
Very, very vivid memories, actually. They just showed up because it was a song from their film, and they heard that I was shooting the video, or that they were shooting the video that day. And for some reason, they were together, I guess part of the doing some promo themselves for the film or something. And so they decided to come down. And up until that point, I got to say, the video was not going that well. It was kind of a bland storyline. That, the whole thing was kind of. I'll put it this way: there was one of the props was a little goldfish in a bowl. It was set up like a tiki bar where we were in some little club under the pier down in Manhattan, and by the time the goldfish died in the bowl, I thought this is not going well. And I think after those guys showed up, the goldfish came back to life.
There we go.
Oh, that's funny.
It brought you back from the edge. I wanted to ask you, Michael, about Steely Dan and the school of Steely Dan, and how important was that to your life as a musician and understanding that experience? We tend to think of them, and the legend has always been, as the perfectionist. I know you were really close with Walter Becker. What was that whole experience like, and how pivotal to your life has that been?
Very much an influence on me. Two things happened to me in that moment when I got the job. That I had played a casual gig, and I had by that time almost kind of given up all the things I went out to California for. I'd made a solo record for RCA. Was looking back, not a very good record, but I thought I wanted to be I don't know, Tom Jones or Jerry Butler or something like. I wanted to be one of the male solo artists, right. And I did, I just started playing clubs. It was when I got dropped from the label and all the things that happened along the way. I kind of resigned to. My greatest dream at that point was to play on sessions, and I did from time to time and play some sessions, but I mostly was playing clubs and just looking for any opportunity to go on the road with somebody, or all the things that musicians, try to get, the gigs we try to get out there. And I did a casual gig with Jeff Porcaro. We played at a rap party for a TV show, and he was talking about we were taking a smoke break, and he was talking about working on this record for Steely Dan, and at that time, that was my favorite band. Since the Beatles that I'd heard in a long time, or all the artists that I'd loved in the '60s. I hadn't really liked an artist as much as this band that came out, and Steely Dan. And I thought, God, how do you get that lucky to get a gig playing a whole album with those guys? And he said, they were thinking about going on the road. Well, that was a year later that I get a call through a friend. He left his number for me to call, and he, how these things happen. And he said, I called the number. I said, "Hey man, how you been?" He goes, "Great." He goes, "Listen, I was thinking about you. We're actually finally going to go on the road with this thing at Steely Dan, and we're practicing down at Modern Music. And I told him that you might be able to handle some keyboards and background vocals, and that they should try you out." And I said, "Great." I said, when should I come down?" He goes, "Like right now." So I threw my piano in the car and drove down there. And by the time we got done rehearsing, I kind of started to think, well, maybe I have the job, because we've just learned like 10 songs, and I figured if they were going to just audition me, they would have let me know something by now. But as it turns out, I did get the gig, and I played with them for a better part of that next year, and then they broke up. So,
wow. The rest is history.
You still have that keyboard you dragged down there in your car?
I did for many years, and I really treasured it, because it said on the top, it was an old World Series, and it had stenciled Steely Dan and the case. I still have the case.
Okay. That's cool.
So I never let it go, but somebody in my family got it. I don't know who.
Hey, I wanted to ask you a question, Michael, and I love talking to people in your field and the people who have been in this as long as you have and as a professional as you are. But I'm curious about if you do something that we, the average non-professional musician does. When you're driving around your car, you hear a good song comes on. Do you sing along to it while you're in the car?
You know, that was always the image in my head of what success would, in making records and having some success with it would be, is that image of somebody hearing one of our songs come on and then reaching out and cranking the volume and singing along. You know, I mean, that along with being on an elevator and hearing my song on music. I figured I know I've arrived if that happens.
Yeah.
But my fondest image was always that someone might do that to one of our records, you know.
Oh, it happens all the time, man.
Yeah.
It happens all the time. I'm doing it. I don't think you want to hear it, but I'm doing it. I'm sure. Well, listen, Michael, this is it's a real treat to talk to you. We're such huge fans, and so happy that you and Tom and Pat and John are all back together and playing the show and recording new music. Freedom Mortgage Pavilion next Wednesday is when the show is, and the Coral Reefer Band on board too, which is really great. And you can go to theDoobieBrothers.com to get tickets. But hey, listen, man, thanks for taking the time to join us today. Really appreciate what you do, and thank you for all these great years of music and many more to come. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it very much.
Take care of yourself. Hey, guys, that's Michael McDonald.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
That's
something
cool.
else, man.
You got to play something, man.
I know.
Come on, it's Friday, man.
Taking it to the streets.
Taking it to the street, baby.
That was the last time that was the last album with both Tom and
Michael.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you in your years, and if you're just joining us, Bill Bellamy is here as well, and he's going to be at City Winery this weekend, tomorrow and Sunday.
Yes.
Of all your years of going to see live shows, people ask me from time to time, and it's a standard, like party question or whatever, what's your favorite concert, favorite performance?
Right.
I can kind of narrow it down to 2 or 3. I can't put a number 1 on there. How about you?
You're right.
Because you've seen
everybody. I could tell you 2 quick ones real quick.
Yeah. Right.
My best rock experience was going to Boston and opening up for Aerosmith. And this is when I was I was just learning how big that band was. Like Steven Tyler, his daughter was up and coming model at the time.
Tyler,
Liv was doing stuff with us on MTV, so I get invited to come up there, do a little couple jokes, 10 minutes, whatever, and open up for this man. Oh my God, he's the first dude I ever seen that had scarves all over the mic stand.
Yeah.
And he had women from the mama, the grandmama, the mama, and the daughter. Like it was just, he had 3 generations of goddamn groupies. Okay. That was incredible.
And in Boston, their hometown.
And he's home. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Okay.
Going to see Michael Jackson was crazy too.
Oh. Yeah. What era was
that?
that?
So I'm second. I saw Mike solo, and I saw Mike with the Jacksons when I was
the Victory Tour?
The Victory Tour.
Yeah.
Wow. And they came to Madison, to Meadowlands.
Wow.
And they said, "Can you feel it?
Yeah.
Boom, boom, can you feel it?" And then they just did the dust.
Yeah.
And the dust went out and hit me in the face, and I fainted. I thought it was magic. Did it happen to you?
Yeah.
I was like 14, 15. And the brothers went like this, and it went across, and it came across the audience, and it was like a mist, like sprinkled dust, and we were all in heaven.
Wow.
It's insane.
Now, Michael, even as big as MTV was at that time, Mike was still pretty untouchable as far as, talking to him or interviewing him. Did you ever get a chance to interact with him?
Yeah,
Oh, you did?
Michael
Okay.
Jackson. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Give me my flowers.
Yeah, man.
You did.
I'm a big boy.
Jackson and Prince.
I got
to
Michael
talk to.
Jackson. I interviewed Michael Jackson. I interviewed Prince. I interviewed Mike Tyson. I interviewed Steven Tyler. I interviewed Kurt Cobain.
What was the Jackson like? The sit down with Jackson.
It was intense because he had like 42 security guards and everybody standing around. Like, I wish you would ask him one question out of pocket.
Yeah. So everything was vetted.
It was like you felt the presence of stardom. Like I realized once I was around Michael Jackson, I don't know if I want to be that big.
Yeah.
Like, that's too big. Like, that's too big. You're not real to people.
Yeah.
You got to have security to go to the bathroom. You got to have security to go to the movies. You can't do nothing regular.
Yeah,
Like,
no.
He made me realize I never wanted to be that famous because it's just it's an enclosure of some.
You're right.
Yep.
I mean, how can that not F with you?
It
With
messes your head up
mind.
because you can't go nowhere.
Yeah.
He used to wear disguises just to go like and do regular stuff.
Yeah, it's the golden cage.
Oh,
I mean,
my
you're
God,
stuck
bro.
in it.
You can't. And I remember somewhere I was staying and they saying Michael Jackson was staying there, and he had to book the entire floor. Like there was no one could stay on that floor.
Yeah.
So imagine every place you stayed, it was security. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So Prince, he's what was that like? Same, similar?
Similar, but Prince was actually more accessible because he was more of a real person.
He's also funny. Like Prince, like crack a joke.
Deeper voice.
Yeah.
You know, he was like, "Look, man, I really had a good time with this interview. Appreciate you, brother."
Oh, wow.
Because I thought he'd be like, "Beloved." You know.
Yeah,
But the thing that tripped me out how little he was.
Yes.
Because he was tiny and he had on heels, bro.
What was he, 5'5"?
He was 5. Just 5. Just 5.
Yeah.
5 nothing. Just 5. But his heels made him 5'4". And he was the first dude that had like I ever seen with heels on that had lights. So when he come, he was blinking towards you. Blink, 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 blink. And you can't even say nothing. You know, and you're a comedian. You're like, man, if these shoes these shoes blink.
He just had that one giant bodyguard of his, that big dude
brother
with the white hair and beard and
that dude
everything.
was imposing.
What was it? I'm trying to think. Was that the guy he was with? Because I was in Minnesota.
He rode piggyback on him from time to time.
Well, he could. He only weighs 5. 5 pounds, 5 feet. No. He was a tater tot. He was just a human tater tot.
And so, I don't know, man. You know, I was thinking about you. You know, in preparation for this, and we love hanging with you. But you were at. And obviously your career goes on and you flourish, but you were at the nexus of the time that is now the nostalgia time.
Yeah,
You
like
were
I
at
didn't
that
know it though. I
time.
was like, if you read my book, oh man, I can't even think of my book right now.
It's The Grapes of Wrath is your book.
Yeah, yes, that's what it is. No. Top billing, stories of laughter, triumph, and life lessons. When you read it, I take you through the journey of my life. So it's like my life at that moment was like almost famous.
Yeah.
It was like I was not famous, and then all of a sudden I got like the MTV logo. You know, I got my little pass, and I was accessible to the world of music.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just got submerged into this world of, oh my God, there's Whitney. Oh my God, there's Mariah. Oh my God, there's Naughty by Nature. There's Kurt Cobain. There's Blind Melon. No Doubt. You know, Hootie and the Blowfish. It was just.
How do you process that? Yeah,
And this is in Vogue, like it was just everyone was new. Like people don't realize everybody was new when I was coming up.
Yep.
So it was a new thing, like new bands, tours. Everybody was touring. You know,
You don't see,
but
you don't see anything.
you don't see it like
that.
it's so good that Michael McDonald was going back out. Like, but when in the '90s, like everybody was on tour.
Oh,
remember?
man. Dude, and hip hop was hitting its stride, and grunge had just arrived.
Right.
There was doors were being kicked.
Radio
down
was on
musically.
fire.
Yeah.
But like that's why MTV was so great because it wasn't format specific. I mean,
Exactly.
you had some shows like Headbangers Ball and stuff like that, but for the most part, it was just
everything of music, and it was beautiful for the kids because say you only like rock music, then all of a sudden you'd be like, yo, I kind of like Arrested Development.
Yeah.
I like
Sisters with Voices.
Yeah, Alanis Morissette. You know, you're learning all these new artists, and you watching the music video, which would be like the lock-in for you. Remember, we used to watch music videos. They don't do that anymore.
Well, it's funny. We talk about how this stuff is processed. But I remember when you first arrived at MTV, I remember thinking, because there were so many, they would pull in like people who
odd people. I was the cool black guy.
Adam Curry or
Definitely cool.
this guy's a good looking guy.
Yeah.
I had no idea about your comedic background.
You didn't know how funny I was, Steve?
And then I found
Steve.
out. Yeah.
Steve, I knew how fantastic you were on sight.
I appreciate that. I'm
the Love Fest.
I'm glad you adopted us.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, let me tell you, for all the people that are listening, my kids are amazing. They're very successful. You know, I chose right. I love you guys, man. I gotta go.
Our heads are on straight.
Listen, We got to wrap it up, man. But Bill's, like I said, at City Winery this weekend. Special guest Skeet Carter joining you as well.
Yeah, he's Philadelphia. I feel like he's the next one coming out of Philly that's going to be the next big kid. He's a super good guy.
And this venue's perfect for you. City Winery, you're going to have a great time.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
So tomorrow 6 and 9:30, and then Sunday 5 and 8:30. Tickets at citywinery.com. We love you, Dad. Thanks for coming by, man. We love you. Bill Bellamy, everybody. We're gonna take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
What was the final charge?
It was like, hon, can you text me and let me know? Because it was somewhere in the neighborhood of like somewhere between $300 to $500.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
That's ridiculous.
It was 2 dogs. And
they have big dogs.
2 big dogs.
Yeah.
And Reggie doesn't do well with the dryers.
Right.
He gets like really anxious. He's not nasty. But he's also 80 pounds.
Right.
So that's why I was kind of like, okay, it is what it is, and But I was like, but I was too embarrassed to go. I'm not paying this.
Right.
That's way too much. And then and I don't know what it. When you just say it's a matting fee, but then you just shave over it anyway. I'm like, what's the difference if you're, there might be a big difference. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not
But
a dog
it seems
groomer.
very pricey. It seems extraordinary. I mean, even for the size of your dogs, that's ridiculous.
Here's a text says, went out in Amman, Jordan, one time and ended up with a $3,000 US dollar bill that I had to argue down to $1,500 in Arabic, surrounded by a bunch of Jordanian thugs. He said everything is negotiable in the Middle East. It was a gentleman's club, and we were paying for the, quote, the girls' time and their $50 drinks. We didn't even get an effing OTPHJ out of the 3 of us. And so they had to argue $3,000. Wow.
That's insane.
Hang on a second. There was, here's one that says, hey guys, everyone should know that if they're in a foreign country, unlike America, if there's bread or anything else on the table, when you sit down, you'll get charged for it.
Yeah.
That does happen. Yes, I have heard of that.
Yeah, and when
if it seems like it's complimentary because it's sitting out, you need to be aware that you might have.
And as they point out with this place that started this place at Mykonos, they actually there is a menu online with the prices that are nothing like what this mother and daughter were charged for 2 crab's legs and 2 mojitos.
Yeah. Hang on, I want to go to John. Hey, John. Good morning.
Hey guys, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, buddy?
So quick story, similar to Casey, just being, not sure of something. My wife, it was her birthday. She's also about to give birth to our second boy. This was about 4 years ago. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to take you out to a jewelry store. You pick anything you want. Mm-hmm. And I am a man of modest means. My wife is a person of modest means.
Right.
And so we go to the jewelry store. The lady was super nice. She's like, oh, let's look at this, look at this. And my wife was like, I would like earrings. So she takes us to display case. I'm wearing like mesh shorts and a t-shirt. So, she takes us to the case. My wife puts it on. She looks great. My wife then goes, you know what? I really don't. I asked the lady. I was like, how much is it going to be? She was like $3 to $5. I was like, oh, okay. And then my wife's like, oh, I really don't feel too good. Let's just leave. So we walk out of the store and I go, Ray, are you okay? And she's like, those earrings she showed you? And I was like, yes. She was like, that was $3,000 to $5,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she knows, my wife knows, and it's a similar thing that you guys were talking about, being embarrassed. She knows that I would have been so embarrassed, I would have paid. I would have been like, here you go. Yep.
That's the worst when you listen and you're a hardworking person and you're there and you want to. And then when you have to really, and they do that on purpose a lot of times, they really hide the price and they make it small. So I'm just very over it. I want to see look at the price tag and say, this is what I'm looking for. You won't waste your time and you won't waste their time. But it is a little weird when you're like, whoa.
Oh, yeah, dude. And I remember in my earlier years of wandering into a higher fashion store or higher end jeweler, like a big name like Cartier or Tiffany, and starting to, shop for something Rochelle, and then they get to the price, and I'm like,
yeah, you're like Steve Martin. The head turns.
Yeah, you have to try to play off the
that's Gene Wilder.
Stir crazy.
Yeah.
$1,000.
But it tests.
I gotta find that.
It tests your composure.
Yeah.
because you don't want to be embarrassed.
Oh my God! When
You know what
I bought Claire's the engagement ring, and I was at a place in New York called Fortunoff's, and I'm like,
this was pre-Steven Singer days.
Pre-Steven Singer.
Wait, Fortunoff's sold diamonds? I thought it was like
It was actually
costume jewelry.
in Long Island. It was known as the jewelry store. This is if only I had Steven Singer at the time.
Wait, no, wait. No, sit.
I was sweating bullets because you're just getting started and you want to make sure that you also want to do something that she's going to like and at least be able to show her friends.
Yeah.
And I remember going in there and fortunately the person was very kind. Again, and we're not saying it just because it's, he's an advertiser, but it's the truth. It's the Steven Singer experience is a lot better. And they get this. They get that you're going to work within your budget, and that means all the difference in the world.
I remember asking a dentist because I had to get it had to have been a root canal or something like that. And I was like, well, so I was presented with options. And I was like, well, how much does a root canal cost?
It's going to be some money.
He wouldn't tell me.
What?
Wait, no, wait.
Somebody in that office knows how much a root canal costs. Can somebody please tell me how much this is going to cost so I know?
Honestly, and it's the truth, and I implore you, you are the customer. Do not feel bad. Whatever your means, you're in there to give business to these people.
Yeah, you're entitled to that information.
You're entitled to that information.
Yep.
And if they seem secretive about it, leave.
Let me go to Chris. He wants to comment on the dental thing. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Yoo-hoo.
He just knew he prompted.
It's too early. I couldn't do it.
What's up, Chris?
First of all, I thought when I was on the phone I was dying because I heard an angel speaking to me, and I was like, "Oh, it's Marissa." I love Marissa. When she's on, it's an A+ show all the time.
Oh, there you go. We'll let Bill Weston know that.
Yeah.
All right, well, quit hitting on her and tell us your story, please.
Casey was saying about the dental. Yeah, be careful because these smaller offices are being bought out by larger ones, and they're pushing stuff out. My friend went to one, and they tried pushing all this stuff on her, and she's like, I don't even need it. Like
Zoom whitening and stuff like that, or
tongue whitening.
And years ago, somebody went in for a procedure, and they came out, they got 10 teeth taken out, and none of them were needed because they're
that's not a good dentist.
Money.
Yeah,
sorry.
Dentist.
Bottom line, you go into the dentist and they remove 10 teeth that they don't have to take out. That's not a good dentist.
While you're here for the cleaning, what about I remove all your teeth?
Yeah.
It's
we have
easy
audio of a guy who just got that done.
Wait, no, wait.
Well, they're going to make the case that cleaning them is easier when you can take them out and put them in a washing machine.
Anybody think about that?
My friend had a medical procedure done, and they were telling her your insurance is likely not going to cover all of it. And she was like, okay, well, we're not going in. You're not putting me under. We're going in for this until I know around how much. And she said they could not, or they wouldn't give her a price. And she was like, we're not doing this till you give me a price.
Yeah. All right. Let me go to Mike. He had an interesting situation one time. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I was in Lauderdale with my wife on vacation, and we were at a resort that had a golf course attached to it. I wanted a cigar. So I go into the pro shop, and they have this nice selection of cigars. I go, oh, let me grab this one. It was like a Davidoff Robusto. I clip the end, walk to the register, and the woman says, that'll be $65. My wife looks at me and goes, you better enjoy that cigar, man.
And you were committed. You had to buy it. You had no choice.
I was so committed, man. I had all but lit it. I mean, the end was clipped, and I'm just looking at it like.
Look,
once you've done that, you bought it.
Mike was going to ask for a roach clip for that thing. He can smoke it all the way down.
I put my cheek and gum to get it all.
Dude,
Thanks, Mike.
That's crazy.
Oh, my God. All right.
My sister-in-law is from Greece, and so she texted me and she said, I still will never understand why Americans go to that side of Greece. She said, it's all like this.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so there needs to be like an insider tourist information pub to tell you to avoid that type of thing. Wow, it's a big time scam. All right, well, listen, thanks for your calls. We appreciate it. We do need to take a break. I would like to, because we've got Tony Danza coming up, I would like to give away, do me a favor, Chris on line 1, have him hang on. Chris is on hold for a long time. I didn't get to go to him and see if he wants some tickets to go to see the Bob's Burgers movie. And I'll take 2 other callers as well. It's a screening tomorrow night at UA King of Prussia, 7 o'clock. 215-263 WMMR from 20th Century Pictures. The Bob's Burgers movie hits theaters May 27th. So we'll give away the last of our passes now. We're going to take a break, come back in a second. Don't forget Tattoos Day today. So text word tattoo 39333. Might win a Preston and Steve themed tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, we only get to do this once a year, people.
Coming up a little later on this morning, we are going to talk to Jeopardy champion, current champion, Ryan Long, who's from the area.
Doing Philly proud?
Yep, he's from Mount Airy, so born in Philly and moved to Bensalem at the age of 9. We know a little bit about him, but we're going to find out more when we talk to him.
What's up, man? Finally, some good music. Hey, I am here to congratulate all of you.
Oh, yeah? Really?
You guys, the Preston and Steve Show, have been nominated for the highest award in the land, a Marconi Award.
All right.
Yeah, so congratulations on being nominated.
It's considered like the Oscars of our industry.
It is the Cleos of the Patsy Awards.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the station is up for a couple, and the morning show is up for
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know when the...
October 9th.
October.
Where?
Yeah.
New York?
New York City, probably.
Okay. It's like dinner on Blanc. You find out the evening of.
Yeah. So, reserve a vacation day so you guys can go
All right.
there.
There we go.
Thank you, Chuck D'Amico. Appreciate
You're
that,
welcome.
man.
Maybe we'll be sitting next to members of Triumph.
Yeah, amazing.
All right.
Bye now.
Some trying for you. There goes Chuck D'Amico, our program director. By the way, I said PSU was a movie. PCU.
Yes, PSU is Penn State University, which is what you were thinking.
Yes. Thank you. I
UPS
appreciate
is
that.
United Parcel Service.
All right, we got to get our final look at traffic. Marissa's been waiting. Like, come on, guys. Let's go.
on.
What's up, Marissa?
There's not much out there, actually. There's 76 eastbound Montgomery Drive to the Vine Street Expressway. Westbound, we're slowing there to Vine. 95 northbound from the airport out to Broad Street for construction. And then 95 southbound, Betsy Ross Bridge to Allegheny. There's construction jammed back to Cottman. This traffic report is brought to you by Wendy's. Wendy's has breakfast biscuits for just $1, including the Honey Buddy. Start your day right. Gotta be Wendy's. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction, not valid in a combo while supplies last. And that's your final look at traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Delco Trim Light. Visit delcotrimlight.com to schedule an estimate on installation of the coolest permanent programmable holiday lighting system around. All right, I'm going to put this in the bizarre file just because there's a name in here that I like. New York State Forest Rangers on July 29th scrambled to rescue a 14-year-old hiker, who was undergoing hyperthermia, a form of heat stroke, after climbing Dial and Nipple Top Mountains.
Dial and Nipple Top.
That's in the Adirondack High Peaks in near 90-degree temperatures. I had never heard of Nipple Top Mountain
That
before.
is near Man in the Boat Valley.
The young man who was with a group from Camp Chickachook on Lake George started lapsing in and out of consciousness after the hike. Counselors led the group to their overnight campsite and called 911. The dispatcher connected the caller to the State Department of Conservation Forest Ranger Station. Due to spotty cell service, they had to keep moving around in order to get a better signal. Those on the scene worked to help hydrate the youth. In addition, responders told counselors to keep the teen in shade and aggressively cool him down with water.
So we're looking at a picture. That looks like a nipple at the top of that mountain.
It does look like it has a nipple on the top of the mountain. You're right, Steve. Realizing the urgency of the situation, DEC called in a state police helicopter. They had to move quickly because darkness was closing in. The helicopter dropped rangers in a swamp near the campers, and the rangers carried the 14-year-old through the swamp with at some points waist deep in mud and water.
Heroic people, man.
To the helicopter. They got him transported to a hospital, and he did make a full recovery.
Of the two ways to die, freezing to death or dying of heat. And it's a dumb question to ask, but which way would you rather go? I think if you're dying from cold, you're dying slower.
Man, that's tough, Steve.
You have to pick?
I guess so.
But you can also pick eating pie.
Okay.
I'll die from eating pie.
Okay.
Probably cold.
Cold?
Yeah, I don't know why, but anyway. Fan or hate mail is typical following a popular television news segment, but one viewer has Las Vegas police's attention after mailing a bloodied pig's head and a letter in response to an AI story that they ran. Blake Owen, CEO of Agrippa, said that he was not expecting someone to mail him a dead animal on July 29th, but the letter attached helped him form a theory. The bloody pig's head appeared to be prompted by an 8 News Now interview done in June about his use of AI for a real estate deal. Perhaps this person watched too much of The Godfather, Owen said. Needless to say, I still take it very seriously. I don't feel like I'm being truly threatened, but it was a message. The box appeared to have been mailed by someone who was possibly worried about losing their job to artificial intelligence, according to Owens. The sender wrote a letter to him saying, in part, AI is not going to replace brokers. Clearly, you don't understand real estate was built by developers or investors.
Here's a pig's head.
Owens said that his interest in helping people like those in commercial real estate, embracing tools like AI, not using it to replace humans.
How much you want to bet that pig's head ended up in the cafeteria with some forks?
Yeah, probably. All right, so this is a terrible story. A motorcyclist returning home from a bar on Sunday kept riding after his sister was thrown off the back of the motorcycle, according to a new criminal charge. Prosecutors charged 70-year-old Lonnie W. Corey with 1 count of criminal vehicular operation tied to great bodily harm and leaving the scene of an accident. Corey was arrested at his home later that evening. As of Tuesday, his sister, 60-year-old woman, a Newport woman, remains in critical condition.
70 and 60?
Yeah.
Wow.
The charge states that she is intubated and suffered serious permanent disfigurement because of the crash.
God.
A preliminary breath test registered Corey's blood alcohol at 0.127. Minnesota's legal limit is 0.08. He allegedly told police he drank earlier in the day and then began drinking again after returning home. He is not currently charged with any alcohol-related offense in connection with the crash. Now, a witness who captured the incident on his dashboard camera said he was traveling at about 80 miles an hour when Corey passed his car on his Harley Davidson. The witness stated that the driver of the motorcycle flipped him off as he passed. And he said the driver of a Land Rover moved from the left lane into the right lane to allow Corey to pass. And that's when Corey allegedly struck the driver's side rear bumper of the Land Rover. The motorcycle wobbled and it threw the victim off the back of the motorcycle. And he continued to drive without stopping. Highway cameras show Corey stop at the top of the next ramp, look back at the crash scene. He then allegedly drove southbound instead of continuing north, passing the scene. Witnesses who called 911 believe the passenger was dead. Medics found her alive, but with severe head injuries. Corey asked officers if his sister was okay when they showed up at his home, and he allegedly told officers he knew she had fallen off the back of the motorcycle, but he got scared and kept driving.
Thanks, bro.
His sister.
God.
He said that they were coming back from a bar when he, quote, nicked a car. So that dude is in a whole lot of trouble. All right, we got time for one more, I think, here. Got to make it count. Excuse me. Yeah, let's end with this one. I've never heard of something like this. So this guy, a gambler named Mayer, his last initial is O, had an incredibly lucky day at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Tampa. He hit 389 jackpots in a single day, winning over $1.8 million.
How is that even possible?
The casino called his winning streak extremely lucky and said it was one of the most impressive one-day runs in the property's history. Now, his biggest win came from several popular slot machines, including $170,000 on Locket Link, $99,000 and change on Panda Magic Dragon Link, over $258,000 on Golden Century Dragon Link, and $115,000, $143,000 on other machines. So the other jackpots must have been small if he hit 389 of them, because the ones I just listed off added up to quite a bit of money right there. But $1.8 million. Joseph Wagner, the casino's vice president and assistant general manager, said the guests' incredible day was certainly unique and showed how exciting and rewarding a visit to the casino can be. The casino highlighted this as an example of the unforgettable experiences that people can have at their property.
Yeah, turn it into a commercial.
So far, no one has calculated the odds of this happening, but they're obviously astronomical.
Sounds hinky to me.
It does. Very much so. And in fact, you remember the movie Casino, they had 3 jackpots.
Yeah.
And De Niro starts beating the crap out of people.
Yeah.
You know, so but 389,
All right.
maybe a publicity stunt?
That's what I'm thinking. A. And B, also, you remember the guy who he's taken the casino to court because he won, and it appears as if they've adjusted the parameters of how he could win. It's rare that you would take that without some sort of investigation.
Yeah.
That many?
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, if they did rig something on their own, you're taking a big risk doing that.
Well,
the states do not mess around with that.
Lose your casino license.
Highly regulated. All right, well, that's what we have in the bizarre file for you. Let us take a break, dear friend. When we come back, we'll have a lesson question. There's been a lot happening on the show today. Could be anything. So if you've been listening, stay with us. We get trash and music news, too. We'll be right back.
Oh, he's from Bucks County. He's so smart.
He's so smart.
Yeah, I
so
figured.
intelligent. So
He's not from Bucks County. He's from Philadelphia.
But he moved there at
Kinda like how
9
you're
where he
not
got
from
his
Bucks County.
education.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll have this
Well,
little
have him tell
debate
us.
with
Yeah.
him later on this morning. But in the meantime, I saw this article. I thought it was very interesting, and it was essentially a forum. People had shared their stories of rules that were put in place because of them.
Oh, okay. I like
So
this.
You did something, and whatever you did from there on, there was a rule. This is, you can't do that anymore. And I was picking my brain and I know it's had to have happened to me. I know I've done something before with
You've
this.
caused a rule to be implemented.
I'm sure.
What-
Somewhere in school, but I can't remember what. But I
kind of think you probably did, but
maybe something will come to me. But I have some examples, and I would love to hear your stories if you had a similar incident take place. So I'll start with this one, where a person wrote in and said, my brother and I got into a cattle prod sword fight at a farm store. We shocked the hell out of each other a few times, and now they have the cattle prods locked up. We were in our 30s when this happened.
Oh, my God.
So they made a rule at the store that you could no longer take out the cattle prods. Another one says, I put a croissant in one of those hotel conveyor toasters, and it soon became engulfed in flames and had to be extinguished. The next day at breakfast, there was a sign that said, if you'd like your croissant toasted, please ask a staff member. So they put up a rule after that. Here's one, definitely that had some lasting power to it, I'm sure. This says, as a kindergartner, I once fell asleep in the bus. I was on the bus, and when I woke up, the bus was in the garage.
It's happened.
I had to yell to get to someone to get me out. So to this day, every bus driver in my school district needs to walk to the back of the bus and check every seat before they park the bus.
This has been in the news a few times where they've had kids and the bus driver failed to do that. And there was a kid sleeping in the back seat.
Yeah, I think that's pretty standard, though,
Yeah.
for bus
So
drivers.
this-
They're supposed to anyway.
This probably happened a long time ago.
right.
They made that rule. Here's another one. It says, in my high school history class, there were about 10 of us who were really close friends. And we take every opportunity to make your mom jokes. And a couple of months into class, the teacher made us sign a treaty promising to stop making fun of each other's moms. We signed
That's
it,
funny.
and then we started making fun of each other's dads right after. I like this one a lot, too. It says, a friend of mine in a military school found out the regulations never stated what color the bed sheets for a bed made for inspection had to be in. So this man went and bought Power Ranger sheets and made the perfect regulation bed. And I've never seen so many sergeants lose their cool but be unable to actually do anything since the regs were perfectly followed.
great.
Needless to say, the next year's regulations were updated to state that sheets must be plain white. So they absolutely changed the rule altogether at a military school. Let me go to Kenny. Hey, Kenny, good morning.
Rocky Road.
Rocky Road. Well done. Kenny, what's going on, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. So I used to work at Tower Records, open until midnight. And we were basically allowed to play any tunes we wanted on the stereo. And I was a practical joker, and I decided that Animal by Wasp was a great idea.
All right.
To play through the entire store. And if you know the song, it's not a good idea. So the manager was right there, came out screaming, and he said, now here's a short stack of CDs you guys can only listen to. And no, nothing good there.
So he took this broad policy and you caused it to be refined down to a selection of sort of neutral music.
Yeah, a lot of Steely Dan in there.
Yeah, it's good, but it's not Wasp.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
Thanks,
hilarious.
Kenny. Yep. Rule changed because of you. Let me go. You guys will know this one. Let me go to Stoney. Hi, Stoney. Good morning.
Yeah.
Oh, my. Wow. You sound like you hurt yourself on that one, Stoney. What's up, bud?
Yo, what's up, man? You guys know me. I'm the sled builder. I'm the one that almost killed Pierre.
Yes, from the Cardboard Classic.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
And because of that, you guys don't allow us to use fireworks. Not allowed to ride on the second floor.
Right.
Yeah, I also built the big wheel, or a buddy of mine built it. We're not allowed to roll down a hill anymore.
That's right.
You are the reason
Dude, that was
for
great.
a lot of roles.
Had to do a lot of refinements. And if you ask, is it a good idea? Just ask Mr. Peanut.
Yes. Yeah, so Stoney was the cause of rules being changed at the Cardboard Classic. Multiple rules being changed.
Multiple rules.
Yeah. Nice job, Stoney.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, bud. I'll see you next
Thank
year.
you. Have a good one, guys.
You too.
I have one that's slightly embarrassing, and Steve, you'll have a field day with it. I had a job when I was pretty poor. When I was 21 years old, my job was to drive around Enterprise cars, and I didn't have any money. And so there was a Mercedes dealership where I would drop off cars and pick up cars. And at that Mercedes dealership, they would offer up free breakfast for their customers. But I was also hungry in the morning, and so I would avail myself to the bagels and the coffee that they had out for their paying customers. And
where did the food go?
Well, I didn't take all of the food. I just took enough for me. No, not a lot. Shut up. Just a little bit every morning. But they eventually had to put up a sign that said bagels and coffee for Mercedes customers only. And I was like,
it didn't say Dear Nick.
That was that's for me. All right.
Well, here's
That
a similar story to that. This says, I worked concessions at a ballpark that had an all-you-can-eat promo day where tickets were more expensive than usual, but concessions, excluding alcohol around the stadium, were free. So I worked that day, and of course it was chaos. And when the lines started dying down later in the game, they started sending home some of the hourly employees, myself included. But I didn't go home. After I clocked out, I stayed in the stadium. Got some cheeseburgers, cheesesteaks, and a soda, then found an empty seat in the crowd for the last few innings. The next year, they had the same promo. New rule for staff. If you get sent home early, you actually have to leave the stadium. So it's similar to you, Nick.
But I understand his point.
Let me go to Steven. Hi, Steven. Good morning.
Chicken pot, chicken pot, chicken pot pie.
Thank you for the serenade. What's up, man?
So when I was a kid, me and my family used to belong to the Warminster Swim Club, and all the township folks used to cut through the swim club to get to their maintenance building quicker. So when I was 14, I was riding my bike through the swim club, and I got nailed by a van. Township supervisor was driving through.
And so then after that, what happened?
No more cutting through the parking lot.
No more cutting through the
well,
parking
you can
lot.
understand that clearly
Yes.
since you almost died.
Yeah, you took one for the team, for the walkers.
Damn
and
it.
riders. Thank you, Steven. Appreciate it. Let's go to Will. Hey, Will. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
Nah, what's up, man?
So back in the ancient times of the mid 1990s, teachers had copy cards for their copiers at school, and they would sometimes send a couple students to go make copies for them. Well, I was one of the responsible ones, and they sent myself and one of my friends to go make copies. Well, one of my friends takes the copy card and decides to copy a magazine from his father's collection and send pictures around the entire school. And so after that, teachers were never allowed to give copy cards again to their students.
Wow.
Of course.
They killed it.
Because you were working now in the porn industry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, you can understand. Yeah.
Good times. Good
Thanks,
times.
Will.
I love those
appreciate
last second scrambles because I didn't realize that we had not a common like the Power Ranger bed sheets.
Right.
We should have specified.
Here's another example. It says in middle school, I would use Sharpie, permanent markers to, quote, tattoo myself. Other kids thought that it was cool, so I started charging $1 per drawing wherever they wanted. The principal found out, and after I refused to stop, she put a ban on Sharpies for the entire school. Even the teachers could not bring them in. And then this person writes, I'm a tattoo artist now.
Oh, my God. That's
Ended up
funny.
making a career out of it. I will go to Holly. Good morning to you, Holly.
Good morning.
What's up, Holly?
How do you work?
Thank you.
Yeah, I was in middle school. I think I was like 12 or 13, and I decided I wanted Domino's pizza, so I ordered one, had it delivered to the cafeteria. Apparently, they never had a rule about that, but there was one after that.
You're like Spicoli. You got pizza delivered to school.
Yeah.
I did, Domino's, but I had to share it.
And so did they talk to you about it, or did they just issue a statement that said no more of this?
Well, they did. I had a principal that actually I loved. We got along great, and he had to vice principal, excuse me, and he had to pull me aside and talk to me, and he said, "This is not like you, Holly. I can't believe you did this, but good one."
Yeah, all right.
That was that bad. You ordered a pizza. That's all.
Yeah, but they made a rule after that. So, all right, thanks. Here's a text that says,
You gotta buy a crappy pizza.
Says, according to my husband, a 2-beer at a time limit was installed and stated at the Fest House in Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, because of him and his buddies building beer cup pyramids on the table, dancing every dance with the Fest House dancers, and generally acting like drunken maniacs. Don't know if this is really true, he said, but apparently that happened.
2-beer limit.
Here's a similar one. This one says, in college, some friends and I used to go to a Mexican restaurant every Thursday and often on Saturdays for their $1 margaritas. As a group, we would go there a lot. And eventually, they put a new rule in. It was now $2 margaritas and no more than 4 margaritas per person.
Oh, bummer.
A lot. Well, so I wasn't responsible for it, but there used to be the thing at the Roy Rogers where the Fixins bar, and people would go and just make sandwiches. So there was one right near my college. And I think this is probably corporate wide, but people would go do that and not really buy anything.
Right.
And so they put up a sign at that salad bar, for patrons only, for paying customers only.
Lincoln Park and what down on 93.3 WNMR. Everything rocks. It is 10:24. Friday, no sad, bro. Good news. The end is near of our program, and our Word of the Week prize could be winning that, so just hang close. We'll have your opportunity to do that in a moment. But we got other things to give away with our lesson, or not our lesson question. Yeah, it is our lesson question. I get the lesson question, stupid question crossed up sometimes. So lesson question, we're going to give away a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks. Pete Coriel, the As I Was Saying tour, Friday, December 12th at the Keswick Theater. Here is your question from this morning. Arby's fast food restaurant is also working with TSA. What? I'm sorry. I gave away the answer.
I wasn't even paying attention, so you can do it.
No, I can't.
No.
Because you can't enter.
You can't win.
It's also the first word he said.
The answer was Arby's. I'm not going to ask that question.
Bird.
Shut up. Suck it. How about, oh man, okay. What was the name of Bill Bellamy's book? Not really. As Steve said, it was the name of the book. All right, 610-660-9333. By the way, the question I was going to ask was what fast food restaurant is also working with TSA pre-check?
Arby's.
Hey! All right, what's the name of Bill Bellamy's book? Not really. 610-660-9333.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by the Jug Handle Inn. Catch the best food, the best drink specials, and the action of all the games at the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnaminson. Come for the famous Jug Handle wings, but enjoy so much more online at thejughandleinn.com. What's happening this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, Army Hammer revealing on his own podcast, Army Hammer Time, that he used to love getting his friends so stoned that they were virtually immobile. Hammer says it was the easiest way to get that rotisserie rod up their ass.
Hey!
Actor Jacob Elordi and model Olivia Jade, as you referred to earlier this morning, Preston, they have split up after 4 years together. Elordi says Olivia Jade could not answer that one question a man in love will eventually ask his girlfriend, what are you thinking?
Oh, my God.
And finally, Brooke Hogan believes her father, Hulk Hogan, died under mysterious circumstances and is willing to pay for an autopsy on him. Hogan says she's even found a cheap way to do it by using a friend who's a sushi chef. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're going to the phones. Try to get an answer to this. What's the name of Bill Bellamy's book? Not really. It is Julie that we go to. Hi, Julie. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Julie. What is the name of Bill Bellamy's book? Not really.
The Grapes of Wrath.
That is correct. Hold on a second. Giving you those tickets to see Pete Corell, as I was saying, tour Friday, December 12th at the Keswick Theater. Tickets are on sale now at keswicktheater.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
One more time, please. What were we using that for the other day? It was,
somebody freezing to death?
I don't know. It was, there was an effect that you played before it, and then Steve played that.
It was part of a jingle, was it not?
Wait a minute. That's
What was it?
It was for a taste of more. It's on.
Right.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah. You have it? Yeah, that was actually, I was laughing at the Kelly. For a taste of
there was something else, Steve, that you played it the other day, but coming to the end of the of the encore jingle.
We gotta have it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
It's worth waiting for.
He's looking for it on the Vox Pro. So if you get it, just jump in and play it whenever you want, Case.
All right.
Did I already say that music? No, I didn't. Music news brought to you by Rita's. Gummy Bear Ice is back at Rita's. Stop by today and grab some before it goes away. The 20th Riot Fest will take place in Chicago's Douglas Park next September, by the way. Green Day, Weezer, Blink-182 will lead a wild mix of 90-plus acts during the three-day music bash. Jack White joins punk icon Sex Pistols on the bill.
Wow.
Yeah.
What constitutes the Sex Pistols
I
these
don't
days?
know. Is Johnny in it? I don't know.
I know Josh Groban's in it.
Oh, wow. Shut up. Shut the F up.
You raise me up.
I'm sorry.
Steve Jones, Paul Cook, and Glenn Matlock.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So
the names are burned into our mind.
Also, British band Idols, will shake things up. Well, Weird Al Yankovic adds his twist. Beach Boys and Jawbreaker will also perform. Wow. Late shows include The Damned, Sex Pistols, Alkaline Trio, The Front Bottoms, Senses Fail, and Bouncing Souls. Dropkick Murphys will be on the main stage. Other bands that will play include Bad Religion, The Pogues, Hold Steady, and The Academy Is. You can find out more at Riot Fest, the Riot Fest app that includes set times, maps, and local tips as well. So could Metallica end up doing a residency at the Las Vegas Sphere?
For tasting more, it's encore.
One more time.
For tasting more, it's encore.
It's people tasting it and being so.
I had a hard time finding it because Encore is not spelled the way Encore is supposed to be spelled.
How do you have it spelled?
No, it's, well,
who spelled it?
How does that spelled? No, it's spelled the way they spell it on the package, which is Oncor.
That's right. We forget.
Mm-hmm.
I never even noticed that.
Yeah.
For tasting more, it's encore.
And I say, how does that spelled? Because Chuck was talking to some like Russian lady, and she goes, "How does that spelled?"
It's what you do when you don't know the language.
So anyhow, could Metallica end up doing a residency at the Las Vegas Sphere? It seems like a possibility, according to Lars Ulrich. So when recently asked about the rumors of them doing a stint at the Sphere, he said that there was nothing to confirm, but the band is such fans of the venue. He noted that their management and production team have been to the Sphere to check it out. But residency hasn't been made official. They were to do if they were to do a residency, Ulrich said that it wouldn't be until after they wrap their 2026 tour dates. He said that he was there to see U2 the first night. He said, I wanted to see it for myself before I saw it on YouTube or read about it. He said, well, I was there. Like everybody else that was there that night, I was completely blown away and felt that it was the beginning of another chapter in live performances. In addition to Sphere residency rumors, he was asked about Metallica potentially performing at the next Super Bowl halftime show. It's going to take place February 8th at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, California, which is located in the San Francisco Bay Area, where Metallica, of course, formed. And he responded with an enthusiastic F, yes, of course we would. He noted that having Metallica perform essentially a hometown concert during the Super Bowl would be a dream come true, and it would be the right fit. Well, he said that the band hasn't been offered the gig. He said, certainly as somebody who's been offered that, he said, and represented San Francisco all over the world and shouted for decades about San Francisco and our love for the Bay Area, that part of it is the right fit. Ultimately, it's not our decision, though. The last time Levi Stadium hosted a Super Bowl was in 2016. While many fans had hoped for Metallica there, the slate of artists performed were Coldplay, Beyonce, Bruno Mars, and Mark Ronson. Peter Gabriel has a new live album out. He released digitally the collection that documents Gabriel's performance at the very first WOMAD festival.
But tasting more, it's encore.
What's WOMAD?
I don't know. WOMAD.
That's this. Spelled backward.
It's a gathering of musicians and artists from around the world whose work was generally considered outside the mainstream at the time.
The world of music, arts, and dance.
He said, I remember this gig well. We played a mix of old and brand new material. I would normally be very nervous about playing some of this stuff for the first time. However, my mind was very preoccupied with the running of our very first WOMAD festival and the potential financial disaster that it was heading towards. So that is out if you want to check that out.
Nice.
And then I'm going to mention this. I had said earlier when we had Michael McDonald on that the tribute band, our buddy Kyle Mack, has formed called Minute by Minute, have a gig tomorrow. They're playing the Lock Haven, PA LH Jams Fest. And so that's tomorrow at 5:30. So if that is in your region or you want to head out there, go see this band. They're great. Lock Haven, PA LH Jams Fest tomorrow at 5:30.
Nick, how far is that from here?
Well, it's about like 45 minutes north of Bucknell. So it's actually north of like Williamsport. So it's probably 3.5, 4 hours from here, north central PA. But Lock Haven's a cool little town. I've driven through it a couple times. I was just thinking of Little Rock and Forrest Gump. That's a fine little town.
Fine town.
But that's great for Kyle. And that was so cool that you brought that up to Michael McDonald because Michael McDonald's answer was hilarious. And now Michael McDonald ostensibly is aware of Kyle Mack.
Yeah, love it. All right, and then before we wrap up and move on to the next break where we were going to wrap things up, I didn't know this. Somebody handed me this, but tomorrow is a birthday, and we won't be here, obviously, of a dear friend of our show and a fine, loyal sponsor of this program for a long, long time. It's Steven Singer's birthday tomorrow.
We love Steven Singer, even though you're supposed to hate him.
We love a love-hate relationship.
Yeah.
So, Steven, happy birthday to you, buddy. We do indeed love you, and we hope you have a great one, all right? We're going to take a break. When we come back, we will indeed wrap up the program and give away our Word of the Week prize, so make sure you stay put. We'll be right back with it.
Preston and Steve.
Right.
Like Nick, like the Mercedes.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go to Christine. Hi, Christine. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? All right, Christine, what rule did they change because of you?
Well, you said porn industry, so this goes a little towards that. So when my friend and I were 17 years old, friend of the family was the penalty box official for the Flyers back in the old Spectrum. And we were waiting for him after the game. We were outside in the corridor outside the locker room. You could get really close to the Flyers at that point. So the door swings open, and Brad McCrimmon and Kathy, let's just say they call him the Beast for a reason.
Wow.
Brad McCrimmon was standing there totally naked. So, of course, 17, I'm like, oh, my God. So ever since then, they changed the rule was that nobody could get down in that corridor by the locker room unless you were affiliated with the Flyers organization. And
Or a
now,
17-year-old girl.
at 17, and
Yeah.
now I'm in human resources. So there you go.
Oh, there you go. So
man.
you're handling stories like that.
That's funny. And
Yeah.
that was the moment they made the rule. Wow. All right. Thank you, Christine. Hope you're proud. We'll go to Frank next. Hi there, Frank.
Beating your head in with a hammer.
I was hammering in the morning.
All right. What's up, Frank?
I was a bartender, and a customer ordered a flaming shot. And I didn't tell the customer, hey, you need to blow fire out because we can't consume that. And so he goes.
We, as human beings, cannot consume fire.
No,
Okay.
Science has taught us that.
Yes.
So he goes to drink the shot, gets scared, cause fire, drops the shot, it breaks on the bar, and my bar engulfs in flames for a moment. And then, I had to take like a soda gun to spray it off.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, so no more flaming shots at Texas Roadhouse, guys.
Oh,
There you
really?
go.
Nice.
There you go.
Nice.
A flaming Mo.
I don't know if it was you or the customer, but
Yeah.
But yep, absolutely. All right, some other examples. This one says, I got our human resources Dropbox taken away at work because HR threatened to not pay us if we missed a clock in or clock out. I printed out the law stating that what they were threatening was illegal, highlighted it, and put it in the HR box when no one was around. Our HR rep threw an unholy fit and tried to figure out who put the paper in her box. And from then on, everything had to be handed in personally instead of a box.
I can see that.
And they went on to say, in our defense, the phones didn't always work and the clock-in system was really unreliable. So that's why they had made that complaint. Another one says, I already did that one. My younger brother was always late to school and tardy every day. He eventually figured out that if you just skipped first period altogether and showed up to his second period, he was counted as being at school with no late penalty since he was at second period on time. And they had to change that the following year.
So the rule would accommodate just going to second period, and he would be listed as
present for the day.
present for the day,
but with no tardy for the first
Right,
class.
right,
Okay. That's gaming the system.
Right.
Yep.
Need to adjust that.
Let's go next to, and we're taking calls on a rule that was made because of something you did. And I will go to Kenny next. Hey, Kenny, good morning.
Hey, Kathy, it's Jay. I heard your mixtape, and I want to take you back.
Wait, do you know Jay, or did I say his name on the air?
You said his name on the air.
That's great. Very astute, Kenny. What's up, man? What'd you do?
So in middle school, like you get changed in the locker rooms for like gym class. It's the first time you're all excited to use deodorant and be like a man.
Right.
Well, we were we were in the back of the bus, and we some kid, I'm not going to say his name, but he brought a lighter, and we were making fireballs in our hands.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Shooting flamethrowers. And the next year, our bus driver would not allow those deodorants in his bus. So I had to use stick.
Okay.
Oh, you had to use a stick from there.
Yep. And it was only our bus driver. It wasn't the whole school. It was just our bus driver. He was just an old grouchy fool.
Oh, yeah. You didn't like you making fireballs on the bus.
Come on, dude. We're just making fireballs on a moving vehicle that is powered by gasoline.
That's funny.
Wow.
All right, thanks, Kenny. Appreciate it. Here's a follow-up to our call earlier from Christine, who saw the Flyers players naked. This text says, I was dating Christine, and I was with her when that happened. I saw Brad McCrimmon's junk. So
hilarious.
they were a part of the whole thing. So, legitimizing.
So that was a well-known legend with him?
I don't know. I just said his name the beast.
Now it is.
So-
Yeah.
All right, here's another text that says, I made a fake penis out of clay in middle school, and I waved it around on the back of the bus and got caught. They had no more clay in art class because of my wiener.
Well, we are in the broadcast industry, and we have tons of fake penises around here. So
we got loads. Yeah. Let's go next to Justin. Hey, Justin, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, sir. What's going on, Justin?
So back in high school, one summer, me and a buddy hot day, went to a 7-Eleven, and they have the big 100-ounce mugs
Yes.
for soda. Well, the little deal was buy the mug, get a free soda. Well, we decided to fill it full of the slushie instead. So we fill it full of Slurpee, go to the register. She can't charge us because she doesn't have it because it's not listed as an actual drink as for the soda because we weren't supposed to fill it up. So we got the free 100-ounce Slurpee, went back the next day with the same mugs, and they plastered paper all over saying we couldn't fill it up with Slurpee anymore.
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
You gamed the system for one day, though.
One day.
Yeah, I remember that. There was a big thing where you remember the one you could bring in your own receptacle.
They do that like once a year.
Right.
Yeah, where you can bring in your own.
Whatever you
your own
want.
one. But they sold him that one.
Yeah.
But it was just made for sodas. Here's another one that says, when I used to walk home from school, I had to walk next to the road to get to my house. And one day, I decided to see if I could walk with my eyes closed.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that's.
And as I walked, I didn't feel the transition from gravel to road, so unknowingly was walking on the road, and I heard a noise and looked behind me. A line of cars had formed, but none of the cars had honked, and I immediately ran off into an orchard, but later learned why nobody honked, because 2 weeks later, they put up signs that said deaf child area on both sides of the road. They thought I was deaf, so they didn't honk.
Oh, my God.
And so they put those.
So wait, that's another thing though. Do you ever try? I try to get around my house sometimes with my eyes closed.
Do you really?
Yeah, like I've tried it to see if I know how many steps
never do that.
to the door.
I've done it a few times just to see because. I wake up in relative darkness and I try not to turn the lights on to wake anybody else up. And I'm like, I wonder if I could
do that.
walk from here to there without bumping into something. Yeah.
I'm usually not that successful. I'm good with the light switches. I know where they are.
It seems kind of goofy for you to do that.
I know.
Let me go to next to Carl. Hey, Carl, good morning.
Yoo-hoo!
Yoo-hoo! All right, Carl, so they made a rule because of what?
So in high school, we were allowed to leave for lunch and get in our vehicles, go uptown, get whatever we wanted. My health teacher was betting that I couldn't make it to Delaware because that's where Taco Bell was, to Taco Bell and back before the period ended. So I jumped in my Mustang, hauled ass across the Delaware Bridge.
It's like Smokey and the Bandit.
That's basically
Steve.
it.
Yeah.
You're encouraging excessive driving. Excessive speed.
That's where it comes into play because when I got back into town, I was worried about time, so I'm going 75 down Broadway, and the cops pull into the high school behind me as I'm carrying Taco Bell in.
Okay.
So, yeah, I was the last to be able to leave.
Oh, so they made a rule you couldn't leave campus anymore.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you ruined it for everybody. I blame the teacher.
So do I.
I blame the teacher, Carl.
What's that?
I said I blame the teacher on that one.
Oh, he was awesome. I can't, I'm not going to.
All right.
All right.
All right.
All right.
That's
I
good.
bet you can't get there and back.
I wonder when because when I was in high school, they allowed us to leave campus at lunch as well. If you had a car,
right?
At some point that stopped, but we took advantage of that every day.
It was huge in my high school. I think, and then there was one part where of the year where a kid got hurt, and I think that's what put the kibosh on it.
All right. Well, awesome examples. Thanks for your call. Think about that today. Talk amongst your friends. They made a rule because I did this. We got to take a break because we're going live on Fox Good Day
Yes,
today.
that's right.
Let's break and come back with that as well. The Bizarre File coming up too. Stay with us. We'll return shortly.
Well-made displays.
I think it was a Pokemon, yeah. And this kid apparently knocked it over and broke it.
Like smashed it.
And what the guy didn't know, the dad didn't know, is it was like
$5,000.
Yeah, it was like this $7,000 thing. Morning, No Sad Bro Friday with some No Sad Brew, courtesy of our friends from 2SP Brewing Company. And I want to thank those guys for not only coming by and collaborating with us for a beer that is going to be debuted on August 22nd, and then portion of the proceeds of the beer sold is going to go to the Camp Out for Hunger. But I thank them for bringing by the fantastic tacos this morning. Excellent food.
They smell phenomenal.
And you can check them out at their two SP locations as well. They've got a bunch of them. You have not only the 2SP Brewing, but Two Stones Pub. And they're all over the place. And it's not just a pub, it's your pub. It's your family pub since 2011. And you can stop by for Taco Tuesdays, $4 tacos, margs, and amazing drink specials every single week. So visit twostoneспub.com to find one of the pubs near you. Steve's going to be at the Brewing Company on Friday, August 22nd for the debut of our No Sad Brew.
Yeah.
Which you've got to check out. These cans are just made up decoratively for us, so the beer itself is being brewed right now.
It's going to debut on that day. You can come down and be a part of it. I'm thrilled to be there for the 5 to 7 happy hour.
Yeah.
So, that's a perfect time.
Lots of good stuff happening. So thanks to those guys for coming by. Thank you to our guest today, Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
Always. You can always count on him for a great conversation. He is going to be tomorrow appearing at the Oaks Center Cinema. There's a 6 p.m. screening of Dogma, and then he's going to do a Q&A afterwards.
Honestly, first off, if you've seen the movie, go see this because you're going to have all that great stuff with Kevin. Always has stories about the production and anything you want to talk about. But if you've never seen it, go see Dogma. It's a great movie.
Yep, oakscenter.net to get those tickets. Then we had Bill Bellamy on the program. Bill's awesome, and he was very, very complimentary after the interview, just saying how much he loves coming by here. And
he adopted us.
We love having him on. He's our dad now. He's performing at City Winery tomorrow and Sunday as well, 2 shows each night, and you can go to citywinery.com. And he was just as excited as we were to have the guest on that came on the program while Bill was joining us, and it was the one and only Michael McDonald, who was just a lovely guy to talk to. And
could do 2 hours with him, no problem.
He is performing with the Doobie Brothers at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion on next Wednesday, the 13th, along with the Coral Reefer Band. Information at theDoobieBrothers.com, or you can go to WMMR.com, and we have the details there too. But it was just such a great show today.
It was a great week, man.
It was, and it was a good way to end. We're taking a little time off next week, so I'm glad that we're
getting our facelifts.
Had a really good time last couple days. Well, I'm getting a hair transplant.
Yeah.
Nice.
Even though
you're transplanting your hair into my head.
You're the bald one. Wouldn't it be wild if we switched? If I went bald and you got hair?
Yeah. That would
wow.
Yeah.
We need to try that out sometime.
You gonna hop on Turkish Airlines?
Yeah, right. Turkish Hairlines.
Yeah. Head over to Istanbul.
We have Ryan Shuttleworth joining us on Hawaiian Shirt Gonzo Friday.
Absolutely. Every Friday, man, in the summertime. I love doing it. I'm also going to get height reduction surgery. I don't think I need that anymore, so I'm going to join the cause.
May I ask, would you share what is your height, sir?
6'3".
All right.
Minus a foot.
I thought so.
Yeah, I'm
right.
5'3".
Nice. All right, well, you need to give us the letter of the day. You ready, ma'am?
I can oblige.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
D as in dynamite.
D as in dynamite. All right, we have a word now. We'll take caller number 4, 610-660-9333, and we will give you the prize if you happen to know what it is.
For tasting more, it's encore.
So please, call
Just
right
trying
now.
to catch him off guard there.
I'm ready to go.
Yeah, so it's a tag team. Casey plays the first part, and then
For
Steve...
tasting more, it's encore.
Steve adds the other part to it. All right. What's happening on this fine Friday?
Lots of fun. So we're going to get to the sweat set in a little bit. The president's on the way. Workforce blocks today. Some birthdays. Scott Stapp of Creed celebrating his 52nd. The Edge, his 64th from U2. And a great show happening tomorrow. Volbeat and Hailstorm are in town. And a great Hailstorm event happening today. So we'll get a combined block there and have some fun with it.
Excellent.
Nice. All right. We go to the phones looking for the word of the week. And it is Kevin that we're going to check in with. Hey, Kevin, good morning.
You guys are working.
We are working, brother, and you're rocking. All right, what's our word of the week, buddy?
The word is gold.
Cha-ching,
Yes! Great day in the morning. All right, Kevin, you got $500 towards a new set of Ford tires from our friends at United Tire and Service. Hang on the line. We'll get your information. We will set you up with that and make sure that your ride is ready for all of your August adventures. Don't drive alone, drive United. I will take this moment to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and powered by PGW's Landlord Cooperation Program. Learn more at pgworks.com. Like I said, we got some time off starting next week, so right now it's nothing but the barn door.
That's right.
Barn door, my friend. All right, so that is it. We are done. Rage on. You have the best weekend ever, friend, and we will see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.